You pressed I can make that sound. Anyway. That was not the effect I was intending. Why does it sound like that? No, no, no. Go again. Hang on, hang on. I was trying to make it a little bit lower, and instead I ended up getting something very weird. Hang on. Change pitch. Let's go down the steps. Does this work? That sounds like it works. Let's try that. No, that's still the same thing. How am I not changing this? Whatever. Just start the stream. Whatever. Just start the stream. Hi everybody. Oh, it's a sweaty day today, and I chose to wear something that's a bit warmer for some reason. But it's not particularly sunny, so I think I was hoping that I was outsmarting the lack of sun, I guess, but unfortunately not outsmarting the lack of heat, of which there is none because there's the same amount of heat. One sec, someone just sent me a message. Doesn't show its GPU. Anyway, hi, welcome. Sorry, weird start to the stream, but welcome. It's a Tuesday. I sort of missed the regular Monday one, and then we did a late Monday one instead, and that one went pretty well, I think. All things considered, did some Rocket League, did some Chivalry, had some people come in and talk about Chivalry, which was nice. But I think this is probably going to be the last Crusader Kings 3 stream in this series, at least in this Ruin of Renard series, or the Ruin of Ruin is actually what I have been calling it. It's got the same. They've got very similar names, so I keep getting them confused. But that's good because it's funny, I guess. So if you don't know, the I picked a random person trying to stop Normandy from forming, and then I tried to stop Asturias from doing the Reconquista or whatever, and I got in a weird shape kingdom, and I had a little baby born, and he instantly inherited everything, and there was loads of civil wars. But when he grew up, he decided it would be just like his dad, and he would go on a really long journey. And he got into the Scottish-Norwegian Ocean and hit a storm and immediately died along with all of his companions, which is quite severe. It wasn't that far into his journey. He was supposed to be going to Jerusalem. So what ended up happening is Engeltrudis, who was his sister, I think. Yeah, I think it's Engeltrudis II. I've been calling her, even though, as far as her role as a queen goes, she's Engeltrudis I. But the Queen Mother Engeltrudis is the original Engeltrudis. And then there's a third Engeltrudis somewhere around. Now, unfortunately, Engeltrudis, an incredibly named character, is going to have to probably murder every single child that she has, I think. And I'm not and also potentially break her betrothal and change the laws of the kingdom or inheritance or whatever, because otherwise I'm pretty sure that the Renard line, the Monty, I can't remember what they actually called it. I think it might be over. I think that might be the end of it. So let's just get into the game. I don't have much else to say. I feel like I said everything, all the things I would say yesterday. You know, sometimes you got a bit of like chatter or something. I have considered doing more like chat heavy. Oh, it's gonna take ages to load, isn't it? I have considered doing more chat heavy streams, but there is a point, I think, where I get almost like uncomfortable with it. And I need some distraction or something. I don't know if that's like a social thing. But yeah, no. Some people can do it, and I've had streams that have gone on for like an hour and a half, even of just me chatting. Sometimes, but they're very occasional. They don't always work out. But welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna do some Crusader Kings 3. We're presumably putting the we're either putting Renaud's dynasty to bed forever, or pulling some absolutely Machiavellian nonsense to keep it going, which I'm not sure is even possible. So she might kill everyone she knows, and find out it's for nothing anyway. There we go. Extra layer of lipstick. How is everybody? How is everybody today? I went out yesterday. That's why I didn't do a stream at the normal time. I went to like they're called a munch, which I think is means it's for BDSM. Basically, it's just a meetup. There's literally nothing BDSM about it, except for presumably everybody attending there is at least interested in it. But what it really was just we got some free food and we got to meet some nice people, which was great. And I had what did I had? It was like some kind of advanced salads that had a bunch of different things in it that I wouldn't normally like. And then I remember it had something like rocket mayonnaise or whatever. And then the dessert was like meringue and cream and like a bunch of berries, but all of that was vegan. Sounds great. It was okay, right? Because nobody knew me, so I was the new person there, and also I was the only trans woman there, and I was expecting it to be a lot more of a queer event. When I went to the queer comedy event, the queer stand-up, everyone was like very queer, and also like had this like the same feeling that I think I've got in my heart, where like I need to be around queer people, and so I have like such a like a love for the concept of that. I see any queer people anywhere, I'm like, and I mean like, I guess I mean queer a bit more than just necessarily like gay or bi or something, because it's like, unless you're very cool, I suppose. Some people that are like gay and bi or whatever don't necessarily do anything that's particularly different. They might shift their gender roles a little bit. When they're like queer people, I'm talking like the people who are like loud and proud and need to be, which I guess is me, or I'm definitely becoming that more and more and more. I don't want to be around those people. So like, because some people were like, there were definitely some people I was like, oh, okay, you're like, you're very obviously like a lesbian or a queer in some other way, or like you're probably non-binary, but like everybody could have been cis and straight, and I wouldn't have known. So I think it wasn't like anyone was mean to me. It's just like there was maybe like a little bit of not people, people talking to people that they knew or people that they felt more comfortable with. So that kind of slightly frustrated me. So I didn't feel that good when I came back, but then I had a stream and I felt better. But everyone was friendly and everyone was nice. I guess it's the comedy is to go for all the like queer people. And again, I'm not trying to gatekeep being queer, because there's a lot of people who feel like they can't identify with that because they're not part of it. Like like intersex people and all sorts of people. I think of loads of people, but I'm like, no, you're absolutely in this. The whole point of using queer as one solidifying identity is because it's so complex, right? Like, I'm trying to think how many things that would put me on the fucking pride flag, right? And there's so many of them I forget about them. I have so many. I'm trans, obviously. I'm attracted to women, and I'm kind of in a sort of a little binary in the sense of being a trans woman, which is something I identify with, but I also kind of identify as non-binary, and then kind of identify with being gender fluid, and then I'm kind of like grey ace sometimes, so I have like a fluid sexuality. What else is there? There's loads of stuff. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. It's pansexual. I don't know, because I keep thinking, oh, I don't like men, and then I'll see a man that I actually really like, and I'll go, oh, okay, no, I do like men. There was a man at this food event who just looked very man in a good way. Yeah, he had nice big hands, and he was very friendly and nice to everybody, And I was like, yeah, no, I can see that, and reaffirmed my belief that I like men. A man, exciting, not always. I do think though, when men are boring, I'm like, are you a man who is experiencing gender euphoria, or would you be better served with like experimenting and stuff? I don't know. There's so many different types of people. Some people are just plain, and that's fine. You know, they're just like, I'll these are my work jeans. Off I go. Some people are quite comfortable like that, I suppose. I mean, do they experience gender euphoria because of that? I don't know. I'm not them, so I guess I can't guess. But hello Spike, and hello everybody else. I am just now waiting for. I nearly said Game of Thrones. It basically is Game of Thrones. Crusader Kings 3 to load. Let's see if this takes us to the page here. No? Oh, yeah, there we go. We can't see anything. Yeah, there we can. It's the nice image of a slightly rugged, presumably king, and is completely. I mean, she does look a little worryingly like Taylor Swift. Except Taylor Swift, I don't find very attractive. But I think that's, I don't know. There's something in Taylor Swift's face that sort of tells you that like she's mean. I don't know if this is a real thing, right? Do people who keep doing the same expression because of their actions or intentions change the way that they look and the way that we interpret them, or is it like something like much worse? Like, or do people just look the way genetically? I don't know. I got these big like smile lines on my face, which I didn't used to have, but I guess have grown over time. And people do say I smile a lot, but the thing is, it's just whenever I see people, I'm just happy to see people, so I'm always smiling. So most of my time, I'm just like by myself, like with a phone or something. So, I don't know. It probably isn't a thing, to be honest. Anyway, I thought this is a very beautiful picture, and they have a few like this. But although look in the corner, it's a Klingon. They've come to presumably kill them and their baby. Um, although he seems like he's got a sword as well. I was gonna say he seems like he's outmatched if he's just bringing like a big butter knife. But I noticed he's got a sword as well. I don't know what you would call this sort of style. It's very clever because what they essentially done is you know, at some points like you can even see like little scribbles on it that they've done in order to make it work. I'm like, does that save you time? Is I you know, give the impression of something of not actually necessarily directly making it. It seems like very advanced arts. Assassino. Will this be an evil queen run? Yes. Hello, Fuzzinut. The Engeltrudis the second, in order to maintain her rule, very well may possibly have to murder a good portion of her family. I think. I think she has to murder all her children, so that the crown of Asturias, although realistically, I don't know if you heard that, but there was a really loud honk for a second. The crown of Asturias, although really it's Rouen, because this series, I guess, of Crusader Kings 3, I'm calling the Ruin of Rouen. If you think that's incredibly clever, why don't you donate to my Ko-fi? Exclamation mark Ko-fi. Or I am trying to raise for a. Oh, that's funny. I didn't actually do it. There we go. I am trying to raise for a new monitor, and it's going all right. You know, it's plodding along, which is fine. The monitor is doing a thing where it breaks twice when I switch it on, as opposed to once, which is scary. So presumably it'll get to a point where it does it 3 times, and then eventually it'll get to a point where it just always does it. The issue I'm having is it's like an electrical fault or something. It like starts squealing really loud. It's the same tone as the popcorn song. You know, the one that's. Yeah, I can't really go that high. I love that song so much. Can you tell? It's a very early electronic song, but it's just so catchy. Like, why is it like that? Could be an issue brought by the heat. I lost them onto once during summertime. It has always been. It's always run very hot, but I think that's more to do with like what they were trying to achieve when they created this thing in like 2008, maybe. Where is this monitor from? What's funny is it says Hitachi on the front, but both T and C have fallen off. I have never seen a T and C in my house, so I don't know where they've gone. So it just says, hiya hi. Hiya hi. Hello, hiya hi. That sounds something like a Scandinavian or a German might say. Germanic. One Germanic and one Scandinavian. They don't talk proper like we do. I never heard anyone with like specifically that accent until the Amazon Lord of the Rings fiasco. Where there's this guy that's just, I don't get it. He's just like a mean guy or something, and he's like, but sometimes they're on his side and sometimes they're not because the writing is so bad. And he's like, Mordor and Sauron, I love them. I can't wait to unleash Sauron upon the world. Why did he have the why did he have the ability to do that? He was just some drunk, like, he was just some nobody, but he had the secret key that turned Mordor on. That was why. And what also sucked about that was like the implications of that are horrific, but they never really played it as horrific as I think they should have. They just sort of did it as like, oh no, the evildoer has done the evil thing. Uh-oh. Instead of, you know, like, fucking, like, just the destruction alone. Sauron. I really hope they do make a second series. And he's just like Sauron's like handyman. Sauron, I'm going to get some orc armies for you. Yeah, I'm sure that is an accent, maybe, because there's lots of accents, but it kind of seems like it's a made-up one. A lot of people were joking, particularly like Northern actors and stuff, about how the way Northern people get to be in fantasy, but always as like the human races, but also they're always like, I don't know, they've just got this attitude to them all the time. Oh, what's that? You can't handle your drink, you baby pig face. Like, I don't know. Oh, little Southerners got lost in Mordor. Like, it's just like that all the time. Though the accents were bad in that whole show. A lot of Irish people said the Harfoots, who were for some reason Irish, but not really. They were terrible. I'm trying to think of it. Oh yeah, there were Scottish dwarves as well. All the Scottish people said those were terrible. So they managed. I mean, I can't remember if there were any Welsh accents. It seems like Wales got away with it for once, and they managed to be bad to England in a thing about accents. It's hard to do, but then it's Northern England, so it's like a different thing anyway. Oh, it says Piety on the screen, which means it's probably about to load. Let's see how Angletrudis is doing. Oh. Angletrudis. Now, Angletrudis, daughter of Angletrudis, mother of Angletrudis. Where's her daughter? There's Angletrudis. You had an Arnold, Egbert, and Gunhilde, and also Ludwig. She is the Queen of Asturias, but she is also the Queen of East Francia. Now that's interesting. And presumably she's been living most of her time in that court. So what, now she has to leave? She's lived in Frankfurt and she's like, oh, I'm gonna... Sorry, husband. He waited a long time to get married to her. Because it was from childhood. Let's see. He's honest. He's compassionate. He's gregarious. He's vivacious. Okay, that's not so great. He's a pilgrim. He's a traveler. The issue that we're having is that her heir... Let's actually say where my heir is. How do I see who my heir is? I think I might have to click on Asturias. It's going to be Prince Ludwig of East Francia, who's also going to be the king of East Francia. Now, there's an issue here, because what will happen is Asturias will get pulled into East Francia. And it will be the end of the game from that point, after Angletrudis dies. I think there is a way to change who inherits. but I don't know if there's a way to keep it within the family. Because I do have Bilachildis. If I kill all of my sons, and presumably my daughters too, God, I think that means that Bilachildis will become the Queen of Asterius. So that's what we're aiming towards. Somehow we're gonna make this work. I guess we can unpin Sarazane for dying. Adamar's still alive. What about this guy, Wilbert? Who the fuck is this? I don't know who he is. I'm unpinning him. Adamar, who was the son of Werner, who was key to so many things happening in Renard, who was the first character's rule. Adamar's sort of useless, but we keep sticking him in various jobs. Now, apparently he's murdered someone since we last checked in with him. That's good. And he's quite annoyed at us. He wants a county that we have. He doesn't like how much power the crown has over him. He wants to seat on the council. He probably will get that. Short range, I've only just started. Not rightful liege. No, that's interesting. Now, why do you think that? I guess it's because I'm a woman, because it says male dominated. He does like how distinguished I am, and I said a nice word to him once and he remembered that. But he thinks I'm a sinner. He definitely liked my brother, I guess. He doesn't like who my heir is going to be, because my heir is presumably going to be outside of the kingdom. But he likes that I'm scarred. He likes how horny I am. Great. Is Bilachildis married matrilineally? I don't know how to check that. Hang on. I think maybe yes. How do you check that? This is very important. I mean, we could just murder him and that'll be fine. We just have to get to Bilachildis, really. Presumably soon. I mean, she's 16, so... is she sick? No, she's 37. Fuck. Damn it. Ah. She's not, but she's somehow not had any kids. I think that's probably because it actually took a really long time for them to get married, if I remember correctly. Like, because she was in prison or something, we couldn't actually... She's not. Okay. I break up the... I don't think I could break up the marriage without murdering Alfred, son of Wessex. How easy would it be to kill you? Not so difficult. I think I have to start killing my children first, though. I'm gonna have to think about this. I need to think about this. We're probably not gonna have any kids at 47. Is there a way to specifically change how this place elects the next succession? Confederate partition. What can we change this to? What we got? Partition. All the titles will be divided equally between your children. What's Confederate partition? Titles will be divided equally between your children. New titles may be created for younger realm heirs. I'm not exactly sure what that means. High partition. Under high partition, the lion's share of the titles will go to your player heir. The rest will be divided amongst your children. And then there's premature, oldest child, ultra mature. Okay. If we changed it to, it's gonna be children first. Am I excited for the big anniversary, Taki? What strange conservative or neoliberal celebration is happening right now, Taki, that you're gonna try and pin on me? Or is it actually, or is this a trick and actually it's something else? It's the 25th anniversary of Undertaker and Mankind's Hell in a Cell match on June 28th. That seems like something that 1030 would be excited about, although I've not spoken to 1030 since forever, and I actually think I can't chat in his stream last time I checked. But hey, if you're still a fan of him, that seems like something he would be celebrating. I'm sure also Roscoe probably would as well. That's like a big deal, right? I never really followed wrestling because I kept getting bullied by kids that were very into wrestling, which is weird. Like they would have been cool children if it wasn't for the like sadism towards me. They could have been good friends. They were my friends at one point. They like Lord of the Rings as well. Who like as a child? Kill Bill or Childa's husband, marry to someone lustful, then kill your kids in that order. I guess because my kids getting older is not so much of an issue. But Bill Childis getting older and not having children is an issue. Even though she's 37 and she hasn't had a child. Well, that's because she's been in prison, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to kill this guy. Now, what can we do to make it easier to kill? Because we have many decisions. We're being raided. Can we raise armies to stop that from happening? Where's the raise armies button? No, don't raise them fucking. I forgot that the raise point was in a different position. Put it here. Put it in the classic Rouen. Here. Get rid of that one. There we go. It's green now for some reason. Mick Foley is a nice boy and was heavily concussed in the fight. Oh no! Doctor once told Mick Foley he has the spine of a crocodile. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't understand. Okay, so that will deal with the raid. Empty council position. Oh, this is good because Adamar will get some seat, of course, even though he's completely incapable. With no available spouse. My king can't help me because he's busy in Frankfurt. Let's see. Chancellor. Someone that's good at chancelling, maybe? 11 is average. And you absolutely hate me. High taxes. Adamar, you're useless. Have this job. There you go. We're gonna work on improving foreign affairs on the basis that all this murdering might lead other countries to try and invade. So we want to kind of soothe them so they don't do that. He's a banged up guy. It's a miracle he doesn't have CTE. I don't know what that would be. I think it was good. It's the one thing that stuck with me after reading his biography as a child. You read his biography as a child? That's interesting. I think I started to read a biography about Johnny Depp when I was a child, so that's not very good. But I think because I seem to remember specifically that like that book tries to reinforce the idea that he's got Native American heritage, which is something that he made up so that he could play the fucking crow or whatever it was that he did. Or it wasn't the crow. I can't remember what film it was in, where they were like, why didn't you cast a Native American person? It would have been great. And it was like, no, I am, because I look weird, basically. So I think that book tried to also reinforce it. It wasn't that interesting. I got bored of it and stopped watching it. You don't watch a book. What are you talking about? Right, best person to be a steward is a knight, but the second person is also a knight, so fine. There you go. That's your job. Yeah, we'll need money. We'll need a lot of money for all the murdering. You're all amateurs. You read The Wealth of Nations before your third birthday. Shut up. You haven't read The Wealth of Nations now. Mike Foley volunteered for domestic abuse charities. Johnny Depp went, yeah, exactly. See, the two roads that could have happened. Right, Marshall. This guy's fantastic. Count Antoine of Belloc. Didn't I go to a hunt on his land once or something? Or, well, I didn't, I guess, because I'm Engeltrudis now, and everyone else is dead. He seems good at his job. Zealous, skilled tactician, overseer, intelligent, assistance from spouse, strategy focus, content, impatient. How can you be content and impatient? Spy master. No, there's no one that's ever really very good at being a spy master. Except for this guy, I guess, who doesn't entirely hate me, but is terrified of me. I guess it will have to do. It would be good if we could get a much better spy master. Okay. Now, I presume all of my children are not in the same court as me, unless they're unlanded. So, for example, Engeltrudis of East Francia, who I married to Mesopotamia. Yeah, so she's probably in that court. Okay. What about Prince Egbert? Are you here with me? Nope, you're in Frankfurt. Everyone's in Frankfurt. Why did Mommy leave? Well, well, son, it's because she became queen of her side of the family's small fractured kingdom. By landmass, it's not even half the size of ours. But we are allies to them, so we have to be nice. Oh look, Jorvik and East Riding have separated. Why is that? Oh, because they're Catholic, that's why. What's the religious build-up of this place? It's all over the place. At least as far as this area is concerned. I don't like how Sudamar is getting really big, but then that's it didn't historically exactly go like that, but that is kind of how things went. You're too busy translating the Homerian Odysseys into Mandarin, a language you learned before your 4th birthday. I don't think you know any Mandarin words, and you probably have read some Homer Odysseys, but you probably did it in English. Right. No player heir of your dynasty. Is there a way that we can... Can't destroy the title. Can we add a law? So what's this? This law will only apply to the specific title and not affect other titles in the realm. Rulers of at least king right may adopt a special succession type decision. So we've got a feudal elective. Vassals swearing title allegiance. The ruler and direct de jure vassals of 1 or 2 ranks below the title can nominate a title heir from themselves and the close family of the ruler. Saxon elective. The ruler and all direct adult de jure vassals of 1 or 2 ranks below the title can nominate a title heir from the most powerful vassal among them. The ruler's legitimate children or any other valid claimant. Scandinavian elective. The ruler and all de jure vassals except barons can nominate a title among the ruler's extended family and any other available claimants. Voting power in this succession is influenced by the elector's total domain development and capital popular opinion. I don't know if this would actually help, because if I could change to this, and I think it's gonna say, why does it say thing there? French does not have the required tradition, and I actually don't have enough to afford it anyway. Tanistry. The ruler and vassals above the rank of baron and 1 or 2 ranks below the title can nominate a title heir, the Tanist, from among the members of the ruler's dynasty. Vassals would tend to favour older, distant relatives over close family. But again, I don't think... Do not have the either Goidelic or Bryphonic heritage. The feudal elective is just... Yeah. I don't think that it really would change anything specifically. Engeltrudis III is on the line of succession. Yeah, I think we just have to murder. Right, how can we make ourselves better at murdering? We haven't chosen a lifestyle. But fortunately, Engeltrudis is good at intrigue. Intrigue is Engeltrudis' specialization. Fuck me, she looks awesome. So we can focus on it, but I would anyway. You have to read Kant in the original to understand it. Oh, sorry, I missed a bit. There was a guy I met during undergrad who was learning German so he could understand Kant better. I bet, did he ever actually learn German and read Kant? I don't know if that's how that works. I feel like that's how that works for like ancient texts and stuff. Kant was like, if he was really old, he'd still be alive, right? It's not that far off. Right, intrigue focus. Ooh, we already have schema, so we have fabricate hook schemes and find secrets. May also have fabricate hooks. Find secrets progress speed. Disrupt schemes effectiveness. Murder scheme power. It can abduct people. Enemy hostile chance prepared for anything. So easier to scheme against the courtiers. Hostile scheme success chance plus twice schemed. Oh, we can have 2 schemes on the go. Ooh, that's very good. So we've gained the perk schema, which gives us a lot of intrigue and some scheme power. Fucking hell, she's lucky that she's good at this. There are some philosophical terms penned in German that don't really translate proper to other languages. I feel like it just takes longer to explain them, right? Right. So we can also we can get another focus that presumably will give us points in whatever. Let's have a look. There's one that makes me scarier. There's one that improves agent acceptance, which I believe is recruiting people into my scheme. So that will be good. And I've got one in dreadful, dread game. I'm a scary woman. Interesting that the streamer doesn't seem to value things not written in English. That's not what I said, Talkie. I do only know English, though. I will never forget when I went to Roskilde Festival in Denmark. And I was with part of like an international group, I guess, and we did the recycling, which is how we got a free ticket. But it actually meant we spent all our time recycling and didn't have time to do anything else. It was kind of awful. And there were loads of like weird corrupt things that happened as well that I wasn't a fan of. But I wasn't out at the time, but people were calling me the boy who was only speaking English, which is interesting because I feel like that's a bit of a rough, translation into English anyway. And it also kind of makes it sound like it's my fault, and like maybe it's my fault a little bit, but I don't think they understood that no one in England speaks anything except for English unless their family speaks another language or if they're quite rich. The French teaching that we had was awful and had no funding whatsoever. So like, no, I actually apparently got worse at French as the course went on. But I didn't want to learn French. I wanted to learn German at the time. And now I would like to learn... I would probably want to learn the main language in China just because there's so many people. So I feel like it opens it up. Or Egyptian Arabic, because that's the most commonly spoken Arabic. So I feel like that would also open the ability to talk to a lot of people. I guess it would be Spanish. I guess it would make sense in the same way. Prefer to learn stuff that's like unusual. But the thing is, I'm just so bad at it. I'm really, really bad. I'm really bad at teaching myself stuff. I need help from other people in most situations. I'm really bad at I feel like music and maths and language. I feel like they're all part of the same thing. Because I find all of those things difficult. Which apparently is an ADHD thing. Which learning language was like in Crusader Kings 3, you can learn perfectly in 1 year. Yeah, exactly. Wants to learn Egyptian Arabic to have a go at the Cleopatra TV show? Which one do you mean? The one that's got all of the bigots upset, but also some other people who may also be bigots? That one, the BBC one, I think it was. Sorry, there's something stuck in my nail and it just became very distracting. The moment was just like, welcome to my stream where I pull all my nails off. Right. So what do we want on this? I guess, yeah, this one seems best. Skullduggery. It gives us a bonus. It gives us, we have other bonuses as well. More intrigue. We want to be the best it's possible to be at all of this horrific murder that we're going to have to do soon. Which does start, unfortunately, with my whenever I'm a queen and I have a sister who's younger, who's like also kind of like royal or whatever, it just makes me think of Elizabeth I and Mary. Same sort of situation. Egyptians were very annoyed with it. The one of Doxy. Oh yeah, the thing that's really unfortunate about that is like I think it's good for us to make characters dark because there's been such a tradition of making them lighter. But unfortunately, this is one of those ones where, like, historically, yes, because Cleopatra's family comes from Greece, because they were generals of Alexander, which is like third, fifth generation. I have no idea what. So she probably wouldn't be completely black. Unfortunately, there is another side to it as well, because there's like an offshoot of black nationalism which is very big into mysticism and mythology and things that just aren't true, and they focus a lot on Egypt.
Wanted more, did you?
Jeremy's Cole, thank you so much for the sub. Subbed for 17 months? I don't think I've been streaming that long. How have you managed to do that? That's incredible. I remember when everyone was debating whether Santa was white. I remember the Times being like, all those crazy queers want to make Santa non-binary. And I was like, just for devil's advocate's thing, right? What's Mrs. Claus mythology? She's married to Santa. That's kind of it. That's all she does. So obviously this thing is, you know, what's our big... It's dominated by this male guy. And this director that I'd worked with, who was a bad director, I'll say that. He used to fucking wear a recreation of Star-Lord's jacket. So he looked so cool. What a piece of shit. He got so angry with me over that. Was like not friends with me ever again after that. Like you brought this up so you could get angry about it. And I said something reasonable to you and you lost your shit. Like yeah, it's unfortunate because it's like most of the people that are annoyed about that stuff are probably racist. I'm like, it's probably fine, you know. I think especially in the, like I say, in the face of like the Lone Ranger is depicted as white. He's a real historical figure that was not, for example. So it's like, well, maybe we can counterbalance some of these things a little bit. Just let them cast them. If we're so serious about historical accuracy, what about all of the other times when it was a white character, right? Right, so we're murdering this guy. Is there anything I can do that... So we can have two schemes, can't we? I think I saw that. So we probably have to also, unfortunately, murder our son, which I'm not sure is something they'll let me do. It says I can't do it because he's my child. But I want to. I need to. Sadistic allows you to kidnap your own children. How do we become sadistic? Oh, you have to be sadistic to kill your own children. Okay, how do we become sadistic in this game then? Liverpool's star player, Mohamed Salah, posted an image of he and his Egyptian family in front of a Christmas tree, and a number of people went spare. Huh? My favourite insult, to which I had to translate from Arabic, was, "You're no longer Mohamed Salah, you're now Michael Stewart." Oh. Just let him celebrate. Like, celebrating Christmas is not the same as worshipping Jesus. It is a Jesus festival about Jesus, but you know, I don't know. To be honest, I kind of stopped celebrating Christmas because I did feel I could fucking romance my child. What the fuck? I can't murder them, but I can romance him. Okay, because I just kind of felt like, I don't know. It did annoy me, and I think also there was a lot in the news about like bad Christian things that were happening. So I was just like, I don't want to participate. But you can't not participate in Christmas. It's not physically possible because everywhere you go, Christmas in every shop. It's always capitalism, really. Because you might go to someone's house and they don't have Christmas stuff, I guess. Let's just fabricate a hook on him, like, for now, I guess. How can we become sadistic? Do we have any prisoners? Can we start torturing them to become sadistic? We have no prisoners. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna see if there's a way how to become sadistic in CK3. Because if we can't figure this out, we won't be able to do it. That's funny. I saw a Reddit thread that said why sadistic will always be the best trait. Like, I'm sure you just mean in gameplay. Sadistic. Sadistic. It's not actually saying how to get that. Okay, that doesn't actually tell me anything. Kidnap and then execute them. You can do that for a perk, but I don't. Would I be able to do that because of not being sadistic? How to gain traits, like how to become sadistic. There are ways to gain traits, but they all rare. So rare, in fact, you cannot reasonably expect someone to gain a single personality trait or lose one in their adult lifetime. Nah. In Crusader Kings 2, basically, you would almost like change traits based on the actions that you took. I'll just have to pick the most sadistic option. Everything that comes up, I'll just have to pick the most sadistic option every single time. Sorry, I'm still looking up to see. No one seems to have an answer for that, or a satisfying answer to that. So I'll just have to see. Okay. So now that all the small matters have... No, let's look at the very small matters. We're not endorsed by our Archbishop. I can end my entrenched regency. How are you entrenched? I thought you'd already got removed as a regent. You're not helpful. Get out of here. You can transfer Count Hoylain II to Duke Adamar the Compassionate. Powerful vassals expect positions. You could declare wars against the kind of France. Ooh, potential alliance negotiations. Yes. Will not accept -68. Okay. Will not accept -71. My son will accept. Does he even run or own anything? He runs a barony. I mean, I guess so. Watch that turn out to prevent me from murdering him or something.
Ah, wanted more, did you?
Hello, Gigugan. Thank you so much for subbing. You subbed for 10 months. You still get to keep that first badge, I noticed, even though someone else was in here who subbed for 17 months. I'm just pulling your leg though. It's great to see you as always. You're just you're so nice to me. Anytime I see you, I'm always like brightened up, like I see you on a channel or something. So thank you so much for coming in and giving me a sub. I hope you're well. We're playing Crusader Kings 3. I am on the third character. We previously had this guy who went on a sea journey over here and died, which was really bad because he didn't have any children. So his sister, Engeltrudis, which is a fantastic name, but she's actually Engeltrudis II because her mom, this is the original Engeltrudis. In order to prevent me from losing the game, I think she has to kill all of her children and also kill her sister's husband as well. So that's going to be interesting. You'll never remove that first badge. I'm not one of your vassals. You know, I actually can remove first badges because I think the first 3 people that had first badges were part of a big ostracization against me. So I felt that probably had unearned them their badges because I wasn't likely to see them anymore. So some people got bumped up into being first that weren't before. Yeah. So you can remove it. You just can't give it back. I think maybe there's a route in which you could remove every first badge until it goes around. No, it probably wouldn't, would it? Because I think once you remove it, it's gone forever. And that's weird. I almost feel like I should just be able to always apply it. taking it away from, it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's to encourage capitalism, I guess, and loyalty to the streamer. Yeah, remove my previous. Yeah, okay, I'll remove that. Oops. Right. What else can Engletrudis do? What will give us opportunities to do mean things? She could. We've got some money. We could go on a journey. We could start a war. What would be an easy war? So we get loads of prisoners and then we can torture them. You know, we've been so nice up to this point, but the monarchy won't survive without some evil murdering, because that's how it works. All in chat must pledge fealty, but Taki, you're using someone else's emote. You're not pledged at all. I am kidding. Although I do see some people use emotes from other channels, and then I go, "Oh, okay, you're into that channel, are you?" Fucking streaming. It's fine. People can do what they want. Yeah. So what wars were available? We go to war with France, which is a bad idea because they're much bigger than us, and they've also managed to reclaim some of their old bits. We go to war with Island, which is the part of Denmark that's not Denmark yet. The Jutland or whatever they call it. I never went to this part of Denmark. I think I went I was on this island and then I went to there, which I think it's not actually showing me at the moment. I think I was maybe here and then I went to here. And that was all the Denmark that I saw. So we could just go to war. We could just have a holy war, right? But I think that would be bad because it would probably bring in everyone else. I could take a county. It doesn't even say which county. The Chiefdom of Pravia. Where is the Chiefdom of Pravia? Oh, that's right. Of course, they invaded. Oh, so we could take that back if we wanted to. But we're not particularly holy, so it might not go so well. Typically, I only use Twitch emotes of Twitch's two finest mics, Hasanabi and the User Rosary. Yeah, it's a big funny joke, because that guy's a piece of shit. You know I think this. I don't like him. I think he's bad. I think he's doing very damaging things to political theory. But that's the whole point, right? Like Amazon was not gonna put an actual communist up on their top list of streamers, right? They weren't gonna allow that to happen. One innocent mistake. Shut up, Taki. Well, I'll murder you in this game next. Yeah, where's Taki? Let's search for someone called Taki. Let's see. Find character. Taki. There's no Takis, and you've escaped this time. It's not the streamer that I find the most annoying though. That would probably be the guy that brought Pepe's in, which is, I think, Greek God is his name. He's been banned from the platform many times for transphobia. Okay, I'm not so sure about starting any wars. It would make sense to start wars with someone that was close by. Like we could this guy's got nothing, right? We could probably even say, oh, he doesn't want to get vassalized. We declare war? I don't have a Casus Belli. He's next door. Is that not a Casus Belli? The darkest to say it. Who's Asanabi? He is a very large streamer. One of the biggest on the platform. His whole shtick is getting invited to be on conservative people's podcasts and stuff, and just saying outrageous things under the guise of that he's a left-winger and a socialist or whatever. And it kind of, I don't think he's actually ever said that he's a communist, but it very heavily seems to imply that. And most of his platforms seem to be right-wingers who think that they've been converted into being left-wingers, but without leaving behind any of their toxic behaviors or fascist dog whistles or anything like that. He was under a lot of flack because he bought a mansion in part of LA that had recently had all of the homeless people forcibly cleared out of it, and he was like, but I'm buying it for me and my mom, that's okay, right? and people pointed out that like there wasn't a particularly socialist thing to do. There's a lot of people. I've seen so many people come off his channel and say it's okay if the you know, you're not rich. If you're rich, you're not necessarily the bourgeoisie and stuff like that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? The difference in class system is because of how much money we have. Or like people are like, well, he earned all that money. They're all donations, so it's fine. That's not how that works. Yeah, there's quite a few people on Twitch in circles I used to be in who worship him so intently that upon me saying that maybe he was a bad role model, they accused me of racism. It's like, all right, okay, I mean, okay. Because the only reason I could not like Hassan Abi is because his family is from Turkey, I guess, which I wasn't aware of because I didn't know that. But whatever. I just think he's dangerous to. I'm not even necessarily fully into communist theory because I think like anything that produced Lenin or Stalin obviously isn't doing too well, and especially Mao. So there's Marx really did not like Native American people, and I'm like, that's quite a big bias. But I still agree that we should be sharing stuff communally. I agree with lots of that stuff. But I still think that you know, like damaging theory is still gonna be bad, right? That's when you start saying, you know, when you start saying like, oh, everybody shares everything except we need a vanguard, like what Lenin said. Obviously that went bad. Or then all of this other stuff that was said. I've seen a lot of people at the moment going, yeah, I love Mao. He killed so many landlords. And I'm like, that's not the only people that he killed. Just because he also killed the people you don't like. And that's also not a solution either. So yeah, I look very suspiciously at anything that seems to, you know, it'd be sort of like, I'm trying to think of another equivalent. You know, like socialists being like, what's the opposite of socialism? Not being social. I don't know. You know, honestly, I guess I don't have that good of an understanding of socialism as I thought I did, because I can't define it very well. Other than it tends to be things like people should not be oppressed, I guess, or like people should, or self-determinism and stuff like that. I guess I don't know. I feel like Git Gugun can tell me more about that, because that's the whole big thing with like the Irish Revolution, right? Like they were going, oh, you know, we want socialism, which is a weird concept to be sort of fighting for socialism, because it's obviously not happened in my lifetime, and it's not really something like we talk about socialist stuff in the UK, like we talk about in Manchester when they all got attacked, but that's sort of it, really. In Ireland, we have hospitals that are both private and public. Went to the private part, which was like Stalingrad in the final days of the siege, and we're told you need to go to the private part for our scan. You got there and there was a guy playing a piano in the atrium. Wow, that's so ridiculous. If you put that in a science fiction, people will be like, oh, that's too on the nose. All systems are perfectly corrupting influences people. But all systems are made by people. I know you just say that to be silly, I think. Might be worth something to... No, please, Talkie. Don't give him any more money. Honestly, I think if you're like, oh, I'm a left-winger, and you get invited onto like a fascist podcast, you're obviously not saying anything radical enough, right? Anyway, let's stop talking about that. You don't like people? You should like people. If you don't like people, I think it's because you've had people misrepresented to you. There is genuinely this big right-wing, mostly fascist thing where they try to represent humanity as being inherently bad by showing you the worst things usually done by themselves. So then people go, I guess humanity is all bad. I don't care anymore. But the fact that any of us are alive at all is due to the love in the world, right? It's the things that people do for free. I think I think about this quote all the time that James Baldwin says. James Baldwin is fantastic. He says something like, the world is held together by the love of a few very dedicated people. And I like that because I feel like that about myself. I feel like so often I put love into things to like help them and support them, and I don't want to put my ego into it, but sometimes thanklessly, and I'm like, no, that's okay. Like I don't need praise. It just needs to happen. But sometimes you do feel a bit sort of alone about it. But I don't know. I read that James Baldwin quote and I was like, I feel better about that. You thought you were an extra in some dystopian film. It sounds so... Just that experience, I think it would be so interesting to write that, right? Exactly as you've said it. Right, my dear mother, I'm honored by your request to be glad to call you an ally. So this guy who's got 128 people to his name, which is not that much in the scale of my 1,831, will help us if we ever get war declared on us. Oh shit, I was supposed to stop the raiding from happening. There we go. No, I lost my hermit. Come back, please. I'll give you a title. I won't give you a title. You're just a weird old man that my brother was interested in. Notable guest, Isabella de Barcelona. Right, that's just killed the raiders. Or most of them. Yeah, go... Everyone go home, there you go. Oh gosh, what's going on here? Regent swings scales of power against you. Uh-oh. Regent favors mandate. Click to show. Oh, that is what I'm showing. Or is it? Regent is now more powerful. Fuck's sake. Get out. Let's swing them back. Let's leverage how prestigious I am. Like, listen, I'm Engeltrudis, daughter of Engeltrudis, mother of Engeltrudis. You can't fucking swing this back. Can we swing it back again? Can we do it twice? No, we just did it the one time. We don't have a court physician. That's very important, and we should probably get a poison taster as well, seeing as I think if you murder people a lot, their response tends to be to try to murder you back. So you seem pretty good. You can be the court physician. Where's the point? Is it the High Almoner or is it called something else? But Cupbearer. Someone that likes me, I think, right? That's probably a good idea. No one likes me. Okay, well this guy's a craven, so he's getting the job. Because he'll be too afraid to poison me. I guess. We're trying to make Engeltrudis sadistic. Ambitious, deceitful, and generous. Schemer, scholar, traveler, pilgrim. So he's been on a pilgrimage, presumably. Can we also go on a pilgrimage? Can we go on an evil pilgrimage?
Wanted more.
Whoa, good day for subs. Hello, Scoos. Thank you so much for subscribing. With Prime as well. Did you know, if you have Amazon Prime, which is easy to get if Amazon thinks you're a student, I think maybe even for free or for like £2 or something, you can go to gaming.amazon.com and you can link it to your Twitch account, and then once a month you will get a free sub. Although it's not really free because you also have Prime, so your soul will be stained with Amazon. But then, I mean, any money that goes through here, like I'm essentially working for Amazon. I can't talk. I can't say. I can't be like fuck Bezos and also here's some of my money, Mr. Bezos. Poison tester. There are people dying for that position. That's not. That's not very good if they're already dying. Like, hello, my name's Jenny, and I would like the poison tester position. It just falls over and dies. Anyway, she did taste that poison, but unfortunately she is dead, so... I can go on a pilgrimage. Go on a hunt. Let's go on a pilgrimage, but let's not make it... Actually, let's not. It's too expensive. I've changed my mind. Also, the previous king did die on a pilgrimage, so... That almost makes me not want to do it. Yeah, like, can you resist it? If you resist the poison, you don't get the job, because how would we know it was poisonous? I guess you get sick, and then if you die, you don't get the job because you're dead. Wait, no, like, there's no every single time you drink something, it's like an interview, basically. Every single time you drink poison. I need to get Engeltrudis to do something, right? It's so expensive. I might go to Wolf Island. I might go and reclaim. They seem they're busy. They seem like they're under attack. So actually, I think it would be good if we could get that county back. Except that we have no faith. Are there any other wars that don't require faith that we could do? Why would we go to war with France? Oh, we do have some claims. We have we have one tiny claim. Oh, interesting. Actually, with all my allies, I would probably potentially win. That's risky, though. The Worthy of Al-Andalus. I don't want to go towards Andalus because I actually want Andalus to prosper and exist. So long as it's not Christian. It's not Christian, fantastic. We're trying to change parts of history. As much as possible, I'm trying to disrupt the Reconquista. Where all of the evil of the medieval times comes from. And all of the evil afterwards, basically. Didn't die too much blood in the vomit, so no, unfortunately. What if I was to have the poison and vomit blood? I don't want that. No, you don't understand. That's the poison. Right, how's murdering this guy going? Says it'll get to a certain point fairly soon. Oh, we've been invited to a hunt. Oh, good. Let's see how this guy hates us. Hates us so much. Especially because he doesn't have a council position. He likes that I'm ambitious, but he dislikes that I'm ambitious. Wants to be on the council, that's his biggest thing. Short reign. The same reason that most people dislike me. He just doesn't have as many positives. Yeah, I'll go to your hunt, and I'll fuck it up. Is this the route that we're going? The owner of the barony thinks poorly of you. Thank you for the big wizard, basic little fella. I'm a big wizard. Holy shit. Thank you for the humongous wizard. Well, it's actually called biggest wizard. I might change their names to reflect what they actually say. Although the reason I put it as biggest wizard is because I wanted someone to pick it and then be surprised when it was a humongous wizard. That seems fine. We'll just go. We'll just travel.
I'm a small wizard.
Good luck, because you need to cook dinner, have fun. Ooh, tasty, I hope. I cooked some pasta before the stream started and I wasn't sure I was going to start on time. Am I drinking already? Right, down we go. Danger, tempting fruit. Our road takes us through a treacherous part of Harcourt, I think. While I scan for dangers ahead, a rustling bush grabs my attention. Could it be a wild animal? As I brace myself for impact, Gauthier jumps out of the bush instead. Oh, he's gonna be my new friend because he's a fucked up villain, right? He loves destroying stuff, and he's a coward, and he's callous, and he's honest, which is confusing, but he's trying some fruit. He's like, what's this fruit? What if it's poisonous? Let Gauthier eat it. Oh, he got sick. See, that's how you do poison testing. As we await the arrival of the rest of the guests, Lord Mayor Philippe started on the preparations. As gamekeepers check the grasslands each day for signs of quarry, or building a camp closer to the hunting grounds. I've checked my gear and horse many times. It won't be long. Success chance of 15%. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Count Jacques of you? He looks so pale. I guess because it's the hair color as well. He looks like he would be in like a National Treasure as one of the villains or something. Just is he why is he so pale? I need to know. Oh, he does have a rash. I don't know if that's why. Oh, he's albino. Okay, to be fair, I did say I didn't. He didn't look that albinonic. I guess he's an albino. He has albinism, I think, is the way to say that. Okay, so that's why he looks so pale. That's the answer to that question. Sorry, anyone with albinism. Party is called to assemble as dawn breaks over the camp in the grasslands near Bayeux. Local gamekeepers have scoured the vicinity for recent tracks and fumes. The pack is a nuisance, scavenging from farms and retreating deep into the woods. Ultimately, Lord Mayor Philippe decided he wanted to hunt a wolf today. As we amble in a group, I hear Count Etienne behind me, hissing from atop his hunting steed. Look at that impudent fopdoodle! He points to my vassal, Mayor Orson, who seems to be having a hard time bearing the insults. Now, normally I would defend them, but we're trying to become a horrible person, right? He doesn't actually hate me as much as other people do, so we're about to change that. I can fucking hit that guy with a belt. Which actually will fuck the whole hunt up. I can tell him off, or I can join in. I'm gonna join in. I'm also gonna pick on him. Ha ha. My vessel Ation has crouched down on the ground, humming cheerfully, picking lavender. Appears to have lost all interest in the hunt. Queen, what a bounty of nature! Look at these plants. Truly, the wealth of the earth knows no bounds. We do not appreciate these simple treasures enough. Right. What can we do? We can force him to get back on his horse. We can go and look at the flowers and gain stress. Richard could do these herbs, or we could accuse him of witchcraft. Yeah, that'll give me some faith points. I'm going to accuse him of witchcraft. I've just been alerted this stream may be slightly profane or vulgar. So I noticed I feel like it didn't show up the last time I updated the stream, but it said I'm supposed to tag it with whatever whatever reasons it could be need to be censored or whatever. And I realized that I say fucking all the time, like all the time. So I was like, I should probably include that. There were other things where it was like, we talk about sex, and it's like, I don't really. But like, I was literally talking about BDSM earlier in the stream, so I'm like, does that need to be included as well? I guess it probably does, right? Because it's all the fucking SOPA stuff, right? It's to appease the most puritanical monster possible. So like anything that could even slightly seem like should probably be on the list. But I don't know if like that affects the visibility of my stream or something, which already I think would probably not be. You must reflect on this and think whether this stream reflects your core brand values. Your core brand values is lying but only once, and just being a troll, which I guess kind of plays into lying. What else do you do? I mean, it's a lot of that. It's a lot, honestly. Yeah, let's go. Let's go hunt this wolf, I guess. The plans are for naught. The beast scents are trapped by wind or connivance. I don't know how to say that word. I don't think I've seen that before. Connivance, probably. And refuse to be led into the ambush by our flushes. At last, it slipped the clutches entirely, disappearing into the plains. Core brand values excessive handsomeness. See, I'm on board with that. If you want to say that your core values are excessive handsomeness, I'm on board with that. I think that's nice. I think you should have self-esteem like that. I think that's good. We did our best, but the hunt failed. I lost a bunch of stress. Oh no, that wasn't even me. What did I get? I got some prestige. Okay, that wasn't a very good hunt at all. There wasn't even that much chance to be mean in it. What meanness can we do? Journey through hardcore, I pass a peculiar looking tent. Oh, yeah. It's one of these ones.
Come in, mighty queen. I can tell you have many miles to go.
Okay.
I can offer you a reading of your future travels for a modest price.
I'm not interested. I need the money. We're still not home, and already there's been another problem. The swamp lands of Harcourt are swarming with tiny dark blood-sucking insects. No matter what we do or where we go, they are there, leeching our blood like a torturous cloud sent by Satan himself. Not only are the horses getting flighty and temperamental, but my entourage is as well, especially my courtier Golfier, who is furiously flailing his sanguine-covered arms. I'm sorry, Golfier. It's time to put you through. We're gonna strip you down and make you walk ahead of us, presumably, so you get covered in mosquitoes. Yep. I'm not gonna like this because I'm generous. You're trying to pump yourself back up after you slacked me off last week. I'm sorry, Taki. I'm sorry that I said that you could fit in an egg box. That was mean of me. What's excessive handsomeness entail? You're too good looking, it became an insult and you had to die. I feel like I have heard from people that are very attractive that they have an issue that everybody thinks that they're unobtainable, so they don't bother approaching them. So I guess it would be something like that, right? Yeah, it's being mean to Gorfier. Scheme discovered. No! The existence of my plot to murder Petty King Alduin has been discovered. My involvement is not yet known. This will make it a lot more difficult to bring my plans to fruition. The chance of it being discovered was greater than it actually succeeding, so we'll just have to keep going and hope that he doesn't find out that it's me. My journey has been a long one, but I've finally come home again. Wait, I got some diplomacy. I got diplomacy points for visiting the capital of the Kingdom of Asturias, the place where I currently live. Okay, I mean, I'll take it. You too have that issue. I'm more the other end of the scale, like when there's one item left in the bakery and everyone leaves it because they assume the collective wisdom has worked out there's something wrong with them. That's very sad. I go completely between both ends. There's times where I have been attractive and I can tell because people's behavior is very different, and there's times where I just look like a fucking sack and everyone leaves me alone. It just depends on how good a day I'm having, I guess. Right. Okay, we successfully did that very small journey and we managed to hit our knight quite a bit. Can we look at our knights? Where is he? Which one was it? It wasn't that guy. Where is he? Did he stop being a knight? I think he did. Did he die? Is he okay? What happened to him? Where's he gone? It's not that guy. I wonder if it would tell me if they left court. Maybe he did. I can't see what happened. Excessive mediocrity. We didn't know mediocrity. We didn't know what to do with you, so it was best to just execute just in case. Why is it always executions? Oh, I got a text from my laser hair removal thing, and I was like, "What's wrong?" And it just like, "Could you review your experience?" Sure. I got blasted in the face with a laser, and it hit real bad. Murder en route. When the time comes, my agents will need a safe escape route out of Petty King Alduin's castle. Should anything go wrong, the detailed map of the local mountains. He lives in Wessex. What mountains? What mountains? What? This is like one of the flattest places in Europe. What do you mean mountains? Sure, let's get a detailed map of these mountains. We can ask our friend Ama, who isn't listed here, or I can go myself. And I could get lost and get ill. Ah, let's kill myself. We got some mappings, that's good. Your neighbor Jalfriek has won against King Kolbun of Denmark. Oh no. I should have been paying more attention to that. Can we go to war with France? I feel like that could go really poorly. I need to get Ingiltrudis doing something though. I think a pilgrimage is what's called for. Ah shit, still can't really afford it. Hi from all of us at Lasercat. Unfortunately, there was an issue with your last session. As a result, you may have experienced increased localized hair growth. That is actually a thing. The first time, they said that your hair can come back thicker. Which there's kind of like there was a rumor about that about shaving, but apparently it's true of lasers. And the hairs initially that came out were thicker. But then they just sort of almost like disappeared after that. It was weird because there's like a week or two where it just pushes the hair out your face and then it's gone. It's so confusing to me. Fabricate hook foul words. I've started a series of vicious rumors against Prince Ludwig. None of them are true, and someone should decry them as the obvious lies they are. What better way to have someone? What better way for that someone to have Ludwig in their debt? Yes, I'm gonna... Oh no, I lose faith, which I don't have much of and I do need. Sure, I'm gonna say, listen, this isn't true. And I got a weak hook. Does that mean I can do anything now? It was the only option available. I need to kill him, but I can't do that. Because I'm not sadistic. But we can start another scheme, I suppose. For example, we might need to kill the King of East Francia. Except that's gonna make my son King of East Francia. But he's gonna die anyway. But then trying to kill a king... I mean, he's got no... He seems like he's actually very killable because he's got no intrigue. So I guess we're gonna murder my husband. Yeah, okay, let's do that. We're just killing kings. Experience less hirsute? I've never heard or seen that word before. Hirsute. Suits for her. It's a great word. Oh, we can end entrenched regency. Dismiss with a wave of the hand. It is your realm. There we go. Let's do that. You're no longer regent. Fantastic. Did that affect my council in any way? No, it seems fine to me. Oh, support schemes. I didn't realize I hadn't set that to support schemes. That's important. Scheme discovered. Existence of my plot to murder King Frederick has been discovered. While my involvement is not known, make it a lot more difficult. Imagine you're like, my king. I was sent a secret message inviting me to a plot most foul to help murder you. My goodness, who could be involved in such a thing? None other than his fucking wife. But he doesn't know that yet. Just means less hairy. That's your feedback for Lasercare. They do make me review and say how much like hair reduction I've gotten and stuff, which by that point was like 90% or something. It was huge. I don't know how many sessions I'll have to do overall. They book you for 8, but then I was seeing someone else that apparently had 18 sessions, which I don't want to have 18 sessions. That's expensive. I don't know how I'm going to afford any of this other stuff. But we did raise for that at least. My agents have prepared for weeks. The cook has been bribed to look the other way. The poison has been acquired, and the duck was gifted to Petty King Elhun alone. It will be rubbed with the poison, and the bed of herbs will mask its smell as it's served. The deadly bitterness will be the last thing my target ever tastes. Chance of success, 5%. That's really low. I mean, we'll try it. 50%, 70%. No, we need more time. The 70% chance of being discovered is too much. Does the lasering hurt? The first time it hurt more than most things I'd experienced in my life, because I could also think about them at the same time, because my brain went, you know, the trauma of that painful experience. Well, you know, we're going through the book here, and we found these 3 things. Yeah, it was really bad. I also didn't have any paracetamol though, which everybody was like, take 2 paracetamol. Although they only told me that afterwards. But apparently the more you do, the easier it gets. So the second time I didn't have to take any breaks or anything. I just went through it really fast. It did still suck, but I wasn't transported into like this world of like, you know, it's like it basically, if someone fucking slapped you with like a ruler on your face, but they just kept doing that over and over again, it's sort of like that. You do feel it fucking get into the root and presumably burn the hair away, and you do smell a little bit of burnt hair, to the point where like when my face would twinge a little bit afterwards, it wasn't so bad this time as it was the first time. I would get the sense memory of remembering the smell of burnt hair because of the pain, which is interesting. I've never had a tattoo, but I have to imagine it's much, 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 much worse than a tattoo. But I don't want to say, like, it's not the most painful experience I've ever had. I think that was when I split my stomach lining, which has happened a few times. It's not happened for a while. Yeah, anything that would be more painful. It's tricky because it's like, it's a pain, it's like an acute pain, and it's on your face, so it's like every fucking... It like adds up, so it gets more painful, but like just one on their own it's like being flicked or something, or being, I don't know, stabbed with a needle or something. Like, it's not individually, it's not that much pain. It's just because you have to endure it that it gets really bad. Point to where it lands on the pain scale. I definitely was crying the first time. I got wet eyes. I had eye watering, but I wasn't crying the second time. Only comparable thing you think is the pain of tattoo. Jesus, everyone's in sync today. Yeah. No, I never had a tattoo because I've never been able to afford one, but I've also never come up with anything that I would feel that I care about so much that I would want it on my skin. Except for like pretty flowers or something. That would be nice. But I feel like everyone's like, this is my favorite show. Or like, I love this author. I hope there's nothing goes wrong with them. Ease of hive mind. You shouldn't cry, the tears may boil under the laser and scald you. Well, actually, see, the thing is they give you these like goggles to wear, and they tie them relatively tight, so actually it kind of fills up with tears a little bit. You have a couple of tattoos. It was more the monotony of the pain that annoyed you. The actual pain wasn't too bad. That sounds a good deal lower than what I experienced. You have my Twitch URL tattooed on me. Oh, good. I should never change the URL then. If I like become partner and I want to change it to like Rosemary or something. Everyone says User Rosemary is a good username, so no one's ever said it was a bad one. My agents have scheduled a journey for Petty King. Petty King. Ha What a Petty King. Alden, probably. Which will take them through dark woods. All that is missing is a band of thugs that will tragically slay him as a highway robbery gone wrong. Sorry. I can already imagine his blood seeping into the dark soil. 5% chance of success. The scheme is exposed thing is really hurting the scheme. I don't know how we can get it to be higher than that. Because we've got 35, 45, 48, 53... 62, 72. No, it would be more than that, wouldn't it? Because it's minus 75. It would be 80% chance. We can get it higher. We can get it higher. Sorry, someone was sending me a message about a graphics card. I don't really know that much about laptops, but they want to buy a laptop. We've got more money now. I think it's time to actually, let's fucking do a pilgrimage. What can we? I guess worldly pilgrimage seems like a good idea. Hey, wait, Jerusalem's not on the list. What's happened? What's happened to Jerusalem? Oh, because I've already visited. Okay, we already visited it. Yeah, let's actually just go to one that's within our own territory, which is Santiago. Oh look, it's got a cross church on it. We're not sailing by the sea because that killed my brother. We're gonna take a much more customized route than that. We're gonna go to Paris first of all. We're gonna go. Are there any other cool places to go? Are there any places that would increase my intrigue? Probably not. Oh, lots of cool places around here. Imagine if it visited every capital. There is a maximum, unfortunately. We could go visit the. Can't go Frankfurt because it says we've already visited there. Apparently. Go to Luxembourg. And we can go up to Aix-la-Chapelle, which that's got to be the worst pronunciation. Oh, Roskilde. I was talking about Roskilde earlier. Roskilde. Do we really want to make it that day? I mean, the thing is, we really want to avoid the sea. So maybe we'll actually go into Italy. You know, this is how rich people choose their holidays in real life. I mean, we're going to sea for a little bit, but there's only a 1% chance of danger, so I think I'll prefer that one. And then we'll go to Genoa. Most of the danger seems to be hills, so if we get someone that's like a hill expert, maybe. But we're not going by sea. We're walking by land. The people of this country run wild and free. Well, that's nice for them. We go up to Gwynedd. Right. Okay. English Channel coastal danger because it's close to England. Yeah, that seems good. Can we get someone that knows how to deal with hills? Mountaineer? That makes the danger much less. But there's loads of danger here. Coast. Is there something we can do that would help with coasts? You have a couple of tattoos. Oh, I already said this other one. Love to get a tattoo, but extremely fickle. So I feel like, yeah, that's sort of how I feel about that. Shite name. There you go, just for balance. Is it think you'd like that and score it out at some point? Teenage emo days, you wanted barbed wire tattoos on your wrist, so I know it can't be trusted, this sort of thing. Hi, Haribo. I love that I have your tab open already when I boot up my computer and browse it, and you're already live. Oh, that's really nice, and it's so good to see you, Haribo. My beloved Haribo, very very kind and excellent streamer. If anybody here is not following Haribo, you're evil. No, Haribo's so kind. It's so good to see you. I love that I was in your tab as well. That's fantastic. You've been to the crypt of Władysław III, a Polish king who thought he could take on the might of the Ottoman Empire in 1444 in a crusade and was horribly wrong, died atrociously in battle. I'm glad he died. But yes, no, the Ottoman Empire was very much on the up at that time, as I understand, because they had very recently sort of ended everybody's fascination with... Well, they didn't actually, because they were like... They blew open the Theodosian Wars in Constantinople, and everyone was like, well, I guess the Roman ages are over. But then the Ottoman Empire, they'd go on to say that they were like the inheritors of the Roman Empire. This is interesting, because this is a big thing in medieval times, and also post that for Europe, but mostly the white part of Europe. Italy's like, we're the Roman Empire, and the Holy Roman Empire is like, we're the Roman Empire, and then like... But this was also, all this stuff over here was also part of the Roman Empire, so it's like, if anybody's going to claim to be the descendants of it or whatever, but it's not talked about as much. It's interesting, though. This is a pro-Ottoman stream. It was an empire. If it's you know, if we're picking like if it's like this British versus Ottoman, then obviously I'm not going to choose Britain. Most of the reason that all of the places, basically stuff around here is fucked up, is because of Britain going, aha, the Ottoman Empire's collapsed, time to saw it all into pieces. Out of just sort of like, you know, like it's like it already been collapsed for a bit, but we still wanted to tear the pieces up so there couldn't be another Ottoman Empire, because that's how it works. Makes me laugh how many claimed successors to Roman Empire did not possess the city with the damn thing's name. Well, the thing is, in the late Roman Empire, even Rome was no longer the capital of Rome. For the Western Roman Empire, the capital was up here, because northern Italy is like very lush and rich, which is also the part of Italy that what's his face, Columbus is from as well. As I learned from The Sopranos, because they're all like, yeah, Columbus, and then they talk to a guy who's actually from Italy, and he's like, oh fuck, we hate him. He's from the north of Italy. We're from the south. They spit on us, and they're all really surprised with it. Right, there's high chance of danger in many places, but because of what? 1% chance of danger, 34% chance of danger. It's not 39. So the coast seems to be the main thing. We get some experienced captains, which are not actually that expensive. There we go. That makes the journey so much safer. And we should also get a caravan master. Hey, Adelheid, my sister-in-law, do you want to be the caravan master? You seem like you'd be okay at it. That's your job now. I am appointing you. It's anti-Italian discrimination. Yeah. More to do with the fact that they had to move the headquarters eastwards out of necessity. Oh, you mean because of Constantinople? I know less about the Romans. I sort of, most of the stuff I know about the Romans is how it feeds into the Dark Ages, I guess, if we want to call it that. I used to know a lot of the emperors, because they all have very distinctive names, but I don't remember that now. Danger scales with the proximity to the Palace of Westminster. It actually does. Like, look at all the dangers up here. Although they don't exist yet, so that's fine. Yeah, it seems like we can do this pilgrimage. Humbert de Dogen will be recruited. Hello, Humbert. A blackguard. Oh, he's melancholic. Keris. Or is that not how you pronounce that? Oh, from Cumbria. Cumbrian. Oh, a little Cumbrian culture. That's interesting. Thought Walking Phoenix did a great job playing Emperor What's-His-Face in Gladiator. Was he in that? I didn't know that. Oh, that's like, he's like a baby in that, isn't he? He's got a real baby face. Compared to Joker, where he looks like he's like 30 going on 70. I don't know what to say. Like, even 40 going on 70. I don't know. He looks old. All the while preparing for my journey, I have had the sense of serenity of knowing everything will be alright. I'm pleased to embark on this pilgrimage to Santiago in order to feel closer to God, and now more than ever I feel certain He will watch on me in my travels. I'm gonna be the worst guest in this thing. I'm gonna be attacking and hurting everybody. Why? What's going on? What's going on here? You get told you look like a young Orking sometimes. It's the biggest ego boost in human history. Wow. No one says I look like anything. That's fine. I stir from my slumber as someone in the camp knocks over an iron pan. When I look around, it seems that two people dressed as pilgrims will be rifling for our supplies in order to search for valuables to steal. One of them sees me staring and freezing in position as the other thief turns to run away. We can go, this is not the life God wants for you, which might not work. or we go, we all must do what we must, and let them take the money. Yeah, to be honest, I always thought about this because people are always like, what if a burglar gets into your house and stabs you and kills you? And like, I don't know, not every burglary is gonna be the same, but I think in most cases it's just people who are like desperate and they're trying to find something they can sell. I always think about like, I'm like, how would I approach, assuming they don't just run away immediately, I'd be like, listen, right, let's get these DVDs together, because I reckon you could probably sell those for a couple of quid each. I don't have the same feeling about possessions as a lot of other people have, especially when it comes to poverty. If people were trying to steal my stuff because they're poor, maybe let them take some stuff, right? He was doing the best for Rome. People loved all those great fights he staged. I don't think he's a real person. Ransacking the granaries to play for blood sports. The more things change. Oh wait, is this a real person? Commodus once chucked an ostrich heads at the senators in attendance at the Colosseum. That sounds a very Roman thing to do to senators. The forests of Gizor are swarming with tiny, dark blood-sucking insects. Okay, so it's the insect one again. Who's this guy, Richard? My court physician. Right, let's be mean to him. I've become overwhelmed with stress. Lately, it feels like I'm constantly distracted by lascivious thoughts and erotic fantasies. With all the hardships of my everyday life, it's too easy to lose myself in daydream and forget about reality. These desires are clearly interfering with my life, but what should I do about them? We can go to the brothel, but it will make us rakish or rackish, which will improve my intrigue, which is good. The old commandments will help me stay pure. Convert to what now? Cariacism? Oh, Judaism. I think that would make things difficult, so we're not gonna do that. I'll bite my lip and try to stay focused, but gain even more stress. Well, this gives us intrigue, so we're gonna do it. He's a real guy. They're doing a sequel to Gladiator with popular Irishman Paul Mescal as the wee boy from the first one. Nick Cave wrote a bizarre script for a sequel some time ago. You can find it online. Maximus travels through time and fights in various other wars and meets Jesus. He also named Rome after himself. What, Commodus? They call it like Commodus Town. Was his name Commodus? Sorry. Commodus. That does sound very Roman. If a father went to the brothel to jack off to merchants and gold, which means you jack off to mosquitoes fighting people. Oh my god, maybe she was. She's like, I just love putting my courtiers through horrible, painful insect bites. Yeah, I guess so. Cover yourself in insects for me, please. Pilgrimage, Christian architecture. Passing through the country Ile-de-France, we take an opportunity to visit the Church of Saint Denis or Saint Denis. Oh shit, that's the fucking Red Dead joke, isn't it? A French center of Catholic authority and worship. Sigismund, a local minor priest, you do look like a Sigismund, gives us a tour of the grounds and buildings. He relates the history and points out artworks produced by the local monastics who are now gathered here in the midday prayers. I can pray. I can say that the church sucks. We do need some more faith points, so fine. We will pray. I don't think there's any reason to think that she's not interested in her religion. My agents are scheduled for a journey for King Frederick, which will take them through dark woods. All that is missing is the band of thugs that will tragically slay him in the highway robbery gone wrong. Okay, there's only a 5% chance. Oh, interesting. Minus 20 because he rules the kingdom. No, I don't want the scheme to get discovered, so we're gonna have to try again. At a fork in the road just outside Milch, Milk? I don't know. A forlorn Catholic shrine marked with a cross stands amidst the mud. A niche shelters humble offerings left by travellers and locals, surrounded by the remains of countless candles now extinguished. My courtier, Keris, pray... I know that's not how you say that, right? Keris? Maybe it is. Stops to pray, adding her own small token to the collection. I can spare enough. I can spare something. Get some points. I can steal some money. Fucking yeah, let's do it. No. I need the faith points. Fine. I'll give you 5 coins. Paul Mescal is a good example of someone who's offensively handsome. People swoon for him there as they do elsewhere. Very true. You played football with him years ago. What? Huh. He was just a humble footballer then. Qualified it was Gaelic football. What's different about Gaelic football? I only know about the one. I only know about the sport that where you hit the ball with like almost like weird hockey sticks. Although hockey probably came from that, I think, and that was like illegal for a while because of the English. That's the only thing I know about. Oh yeah, isn't like Gaelic? I remember hearing a statistic like Gaelic football's now more popular than regular football there. Hurling, yeah, and then it's got like a different name if it's girls or something. I feel like there's so many people on Twitch who have met and known footballers. I don't know what it is about that. It seems to happen so. Himling? No, I don't think so. Sport with the stick is hurling. Gaelic footballs with hands. Oh, okay. So it's sort of closer to like rugby or whatever the grandfather of those sports is. Kamoji. Ah, okay. Why has it got a different name? What's up with that? Out here late at night, I sometimes look to the stars and wonder, what is our purpose in life? Can God even see me this far from home? What am I doing this for? My sacred duty, I get dedicated pilgrim, so I get more piety. What I truly want is to enjoy an experience of a cultures. Becomes more worldly. Personal scheme success chance. That's very good. Or I do no more than it was required in my position. Theatrical pilgrimage. No. We want this one. This scheme improvement. That's fantastic. No longer overwhelmed by stress. Haven't we seen this massive tree before? I swear we're going in circles, my caravan master Rainbolt shouts. Is that Rainbolt? I don't remember appointing an archbishop to this position, but I don't really remember who I appointed, so... perhaps he is right. We've seen no sign of getting out of this forest in hours. Are we even still in Verdun? The dense tree cover makes it impossible to tell the time of day or even the direction we are heading. At this rate, we'll never make it to Santiago. I know exactly where we are, which almost won't work. Send someone to find a local guide, or send scouts ahead. That seems to be the most successful one, so we'll ask for a guide. Uh-oh. Thoroughly informed. The serving staff of a court is often conveniently overlooked as they overhear conversations, clean up, and move unnoticed through the hallways. Yeah, no, this is a really funny thing, actually. In a lot of books from around about the same era, including Frankenstein, there is a habit for the writers to say that nobody is around and then have their character talk to a servant. This happens quite often because they don't think of servants as being people, but they always think of them as something that they always need. Because I seem to remember that there's a scene like that where Victor Frankenstein enters a room and he's like, no one's here, and then he turns to his servant. It's like, what? Well, someone obviously is here. Hurling was played by the Celts in a certain form. Gaelic football is just a lot more modern. Okay. Murders are hostile schemes, not personal ones. Oh. Well, oh well. This also appears to be the case at King Frederick's court, which presents an opportunity. Murder gains informants, which reduces the secrecy, but increases the chance of the success. I mean, we're gonna do it. I need to kill him. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to kill anybody in time, to be honest. Ooh. A new perk. In diplomacy? Oh, because I've been gaining diplomacy points. Sway scheme power. Monthly prestige per dread. Befriend scheme. It could be good to get some friends, especially because I can do double schemes. Mary Shelley lost her virginity to Percy during a thunderstorm as they shagged atop his mother's grave. Yes, I have heard about that. Yeah, she's aside from her being a rich person, she seemed pretty awesome. A lot of her writing Frankenstein was kind of to parody the way that everyone else was writing as well. I think as a not exactly parody, but like I'm gonna break the rules. I'm gonna do something different. When you said that about the seventh, I immediately thought of Tolstov. Tolstov? Is that how you say it? Tolstov? There's so much of that in his work. Yeah, I think I feel like I heard of that. Or is it Tolstoy? I think he was mentioned in that as well. My favorite anecdote about her. My second favorite is that she basically invented post-apocalyptic fiction, not just science fiction. Yeah. I think she did invent science fiction, basically. Which makes sense. I really wanted to direct Frankenstein, but I didn't because someone else wanted to. But there's still time for me, I think. I tend to do. I seem to have my better experiences with plays have been ones that have been spooky ones. So I was in Dracula and that was pretty good. I was in a Jekyll and Hyde then that was pretty good. So it makes sense. Frankenstein would be like the third one in that, right? No one was at home except 100 maids and butlers. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get the befriend scheme because that seems nice. It'd be nice to befriend someone. Pilgrimage, safety in numbers. As we make our way through Kaiserslautern, we are approached by a Bavarian commoner claiming to be a leader of the group of Catholic pilgrims. Pilgrims. Good Queen, we have been on the road to Santiago for weeks, but the roads are dangerous and we're short on provisions. I will be ever grateful for your support. More the merrier, they join your court and pilgrimage. Bavarian, out of the question. I love that decision reduces the culture acceptance between those two by that's like worldwide. Like everyone tells the story about this. You adore Dracula. I think once you get over the fact that it was essentially anti-East European propaganda, it's a lot of the stuff's quite interesting in it. There's that whole thing where you can get emailed the letters that make up the book as they occur on the date that they occur. Tumblr goes wild for that stuff. It's an interesting project. Percy decided to parody the concept of sailing when he had a boat custom built and crewed by greenhorns. No, wasn't that the whole thing? He adamantly refused to learn to swim, but also was obsessed with being on boats, and he nearly drowned something like 20 times until he finally did actually drown. I think that's him. Sounds like a very rich person thing to do, to be honest. Yeah, join our fucking pilgrimage. This guy seems cool. He's blind, I guess. Is he blind? Is he for the pilgrimage? Yeah, come on our journey. Did I watch the BBC miniseries on Dracula? No, I don't think so. I feel like I remember people talking about that though. Sounds like you've been glamoured. I must break out the aside from master. Oh, is it really bad? Brian was a great swimmer with his clubfoot. He did a big sad swim at Percy's funeral. Which one's Brian? Or Byron? Was that their dad? Wait, he didn't actually... Wait, he didn't actually swim at his funeral, did he? As we make our way down this holy road we travel, we are suddenly made to stop as a beast steps out right in the middle of a path. A mighty boar stands between me and the Holy Land. Stands. There are people that talk like... I know someone that would say the AR in stands, so they'd say stands. Stands. Are you standing there?
stands. That's how we say to the north.
Byron was his mate. He fought for the Greeks. He shagged his sister. Why was he fighting for the Greeks? What were they doing? It was like tearing your fingernails. Oh my god. Now I think I feel like Dracula is one of those things that like can go so badly, and also BBC, especially in recent years, is incapable of having a good show without ruining it because of their own internal political structure. That people who are just there to be climbers, like what's his fucking face, Chris Evans, you know the kind. I started to understand this a lot better when I came in contact with people like that through streaming, who were also, you know, they're more interested in climbing rather than they are streaming. Yeah, no, they once a project gets good, this is my assumption. I don't actually know. I'm guessing this, but it seems pretty obvious that once a show gets good, all of the people who consider themselves to be big and important within the BBC are like, oh no, I need to be on this project now. And they usually just kind of fuck up the show. Like that happened. I will never say that Peaky Blinders was like an amazing show. It had extremely good costumes. There was some good casting, and the sets were very, very good. But a lot of that just comes from budget, to be honest. But yeah, no, it did eventually just become like everyone's just like slow walking in a line all the time, which they do all the time for BBC. Every time the shows get big, all the time. I heard loads of people say that BBC Dracula is really good for an episode or two, but then it was truly horrendous at the end. That makes me kind of want to watch it. Don't want to just out and out ridicule an actor, but the guy who played Dracula felt was insufferable. Maybe the role didn't suit him. Sometimes you can get like directors are so bad that they will make an actor bad. But Coppola's Dracula was great campy fun, lots of fun practical effects. Keanu's awful accent, Tom Waits going off his head, Oldman his element. That's the one where Jonathan Harker Keanu plays, I think, because I also have played Jonathan Harker, and I was praised for it because they said normally Jonathan Harker's just a very boring character, and they said I brought life to it, and I was like, oh, okay, thanks. But yeah, no, he's all his hair goes white, which is not a real thing. I heard that one was pretty bad. Right, are we gonna follow this boar? It's delayed by 10 days if we do that. Or we can't be. Let's follow this boar. Why not? Diligently follow the boar, being careful that she does not notice me. Eventually, she meets her prey, a small bird. The boar waits and waits for her opening, and eventually attacks the bird, only for it to slip away and flutter into the open sky. What could have God meant by that? I am the boar, my enemies will best me. Bad omen and 42 stress. No! I mean, it might do. We're so close to where her husband lives. I'm Twitch's answer to Keanu. How am I supposed to take that information? As my party passes through a small town, I notice a throng of people filling the market square. At the center, a man stands on an overturned fish cart, shouting wildly to all those who will listen. A day of judgment is nigh. Repent, repent, I say, or you shall be damned for all eternity. The worried-looking townsfolk nervously whisper to each other, fearful of the doomsayer's words. I can just say I don't care, or I can actually like start a fight with him. I'm gonna do that because it loses stress. Although I'm actually interested in raising the stress because I feel like I'm more likely to get sadistic as a trait if I keep doing that. Also like Branag's Frankenstein, someone screams painfully every 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, I actually really like that because you know, it's imperfect. There's things that could be improved about it, certainly. I actually quite like that film. Apparently it wasn't well received at all. I if I'm thinking of that one correctly. But it does, I think, correctly show that like the story is a tragedy, which a lot of Frankensteins don't. We have a Bram Stoker festival over here, which is always good. Oh, that's nice. Keanu's a popular guy and good at fight choreography. He has a good PR team. I don't know if he is a good guy. Oh, you said popular guy, sorry. Yes, he is popular. It got panned. Need to sit down and watch it. Its bad rep keeps putting me off it. No, it's good. It's like... You'll find things to criticize in it, but like it is... I actually think it's alright. I watched it more than once. you know, it's not inherently a bad film. I don't know what they would not like about it. There's weird stuff in it, but it's not that weird. At least, I don't know. I can't remember when I may have been 15 when I watched it, so my opinion might be slightly warped. Yeah, let's not reduce our stress. Say he's not a priest. My agents have scheduled a journey for Petty King Alduin, which will take them through dark woods. All that is missing is a band of thugs that will tragically slay him for a highway robbery gone wrong. How old is his wife? 39? I don't know if she's... I mean, we just have to get to her, right? Do we just attempt to kill him anyway? Because I don't... It doesn't seem like we're going to get any less... I think success chance of 5 is so bad. Let's try it. Let's just try it. Seems Petty King Alduin has escaped Jod's judgment. Almighty Jod. Are we just gonna... I'll just say Jod every time I see God now. Escaped God's judgment. Yes, Jod's got judgment yet again. My hired thugs failed to overpower his retinue. Worse still, a few of them were captured alive and revealed that they'd been paid for the attack. Didn't take long to trace the payment back to me. Typical bandits, they'll say anything to get off lightly. It increases my dread, but yeah. Oh, what's this? The time has come. My agents are in place. One of them will pay the assassin the very night the deed will happen. Another will ensure the wall is unguarded. A third will lead a subtle tray of candles to King Frederick's bedchamber. Do it. 5% chance of success. We're gonna try and murder our husbands. Who are we shagging today? We're not shagging, we're murdering this time. Hide Tick Smith. We need to murder most of my family so that we can not lose the game because the family line will end. And we're also talking about Dracula. I like the idea of Dracula as a man who cannot stand his own interminable existence. It coincides really well with a vampire who could not look at his own reflection. See, now that's the kind of like deep book analysis that gets you big points. You know, the same idiom as copy as Dracula, but made of less craft. No kids and too old for kids. Yeah, well, I have kids, but they're going to inherit from a different kingdom. Because I was too... See, I was going to break this betrothal. Hang on. Where's my husband? Fuck, hang on. This... Wait, we'll see that in a minute. We had a bunch of kids, but it wasn't a matrilineal marriage. And I meant to break it, but I didn't realize... In Crusader Kings 2, you would never have a marriage until you had approved it. So I assumed it would be the same, so they ended up getting married anyway. But then also that marriage kind of saved the kingdom, so it's complicated. Nosferatu and his shadow is always depicted as sort of decrepit crone. Robert Eggers is doing a new adaptation of Nosferatu. I've seen a lot of people talk about Nosferatu a lot recently. So I guess that's probably why. If it get panned, he'll have Eggers on his face. Way, I don't get it. Right, what do we think? We've Why are we murdering him, actually? What was the reason for murdering him? It was to get divorced, wasn't it? Why do I need to get divorced? I don't remember. I mean, it will probably bring some of my children into my court, which will make them easier to murder, I suppose. Could the Pope give you a divorce? You have a minus 100 for being a woman. Hang on, where's the Pope? Oh, my headphones are breaking. Challenge to a board game. I can try and abduct the Pope. That's fun. I actually kind of would like to abduct the Pope. I think that would be great. It doesn't seem like there's any such option. Befriend. Request divorce. Minus 139 because he doesn't like me. He likes the king. He's got virtuous traits, and I have sinful traits. I can't actually remember what my justification for murdering him was. Let's just try it. Whenever it doesn't seem like we're ever gonna get better than 5%, so. Oh yeah, this thing. Kidnapping is a perk in the intrigue tree. Yes. My party. I love his. What's with his hands? I mean, if I was naked, I wouldn't know what to do with my hands, I guess. As my party prepares to break camp, I notice a massive commotion nearby. A naked man has climbed on top of a rock and is preaching to the assembled crowd. The original sin still stains our souls, my friend. But that need not be so. If we shed our garbs, can we recover the lost innocence of Adam and Eve? Then, and only then, will the Holy Spirit see fit to touch us and show us God's true love. Has the right idea. I've never felt so close to God. Pilgrimage becomes more worldly. You convert to Adamitism. The Adamites claim to have recaptured Adam and Eve's original state of innocence by shedding their clothes. Groups of Adamites often live in a state of absolute lawlessness, claiming that due to their innocence and actions can be neither good nor evil. Ah, fuck. You see, I was almost with you on the nudity, but the we can't do anything wrong, but not so much. Might let me divorce my husband. That's how you get your adamantium skeleton. Why do I have a naked? It's not a naked mod. He's just naked. Although apparently like a Ken doll, because there's no bulge there at all. Not to call attention to it, because I think that's the TOS. But he's not actually naked, so it's fine. You could call attention to a bulge, right? I don't think that's against the TOS. I like to have a pint with the Pope. Just ask him what are in the grander scheme. Just ask him what are in the grander scheme. What? Just ask him what are in the grander scheme. I think if I was having a conversation with the Pope, I would be like, I feel like you've not really done the things that you said you were gonna do. Like, obviously you did muss up a bunch of cardinals for being like overly wealthy, but then you also have done many things of being overly wealthy, and it seems like you've taken weird positions against people. I can't remember who it was that was like, there was like some kind of disturbance between two groups, and he basically was like, well, the Christian ones are better, and I'm like, that's not what if we're gonna have popes, that's not what a modern pope should be doing. You shouldn't be saying that Christians are superior people. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I'd probably ask him something like, I'd be like, why didn't you try harder, you piece of shit? Something like that, I don't know. I mean, he's obviously better than the previous guy, but like, by how much? As the Pope often touches his thing. Yeah, are they opposed to masturbation? I can't, because they kind of, I think they started to say that contraception was fine, maybe. But I think it was one of those things like they maybe felt like they were pressured to say it was fine, but then didn't actually really change their opinion, kind of thing. I don't know that much about the Pope. Might get you to divorce your. I don't know if that will work. I want to keep the same religion because it's going to make it very difficult for me to get on with anybody. Call him a heretic. Challenge him to a theological debate, which I almost certainly lose. Ignore him and continue on a journey and become more worldly. I'm tempted to, because it says I gain 100 lifestyle. Oh, it's for learning. I don't know about that. Nah. Nah, you're okay. My attempt on King Frederick's life has been thwarted. The assassin made it inside the castle, but did not reach Frederick's chambers. He was captured and on pain of death revealed my name. He was actually there to scare off the real assassin and succeeded. Okay, so my husband now knows that I tried to kill him. That's bad. Oh, that ends the scheme. Can we try again? We can't until 9:30. Oh my god. I'm so good at scheming. I don't understand why it's so difficult. Oh, we can try and abduct him though. Although to be honest, we should probably abduct this guy first. Now, let me just check his ability this. Abduct. Yes. Seems like that probably would be the easier one. Billy Childers is not very happy that I tried to murder her husband. I'm trying to change it so you're queen, so we can keep the family tree going. Although I think it's fucked. I think Engeltrudis will die, and that'll be the end of the game. We haven't really resolved any of the issues. We can also see if we can abduct this guy, right? Can we do 2 abducts? We can do 2 schemes at once. Hang on. No, there's no option. Unless it's down here. You don't have a trait allowing you... Oh, so I'm not sadistic. Damn it. That's probably why I chose to also try and murder my husband. Okay, but I can't do that twice. But we can... Oh, we can abduct him as well. Okay, yep. Let's do that. Let's just try and abduct both of them. There must have been at some point, some stage in his life where at least thought about rubbing one out. To be honest, I think everybody that has sexual desire that says they don't masturbate is, in my experience, probably a liar. I think he just would, and then he would go and... I mean, he'd just keep it a secret, wouldn't he? or maybe he would, like, forgive himself and, like, give himself an indulgence or something. I'm not really sure how that works. I mean, given some of the fucking nasty stuff that popes have said and done in the past, like, legally enable colonialism in the 1400s, for example, they could just do what they want, can't they? Because it's not a position of piety; it's a position of power. Ask him if he believes the doctrine that more than 2 shakes and you're playing yourself. Is that a thing? Has anyone ever said that? You're not supposed to spill your seed, right? So you're going to ingest it. If anything, I see him putting it in like a little like vacuum, like a special vacuum seal, like Pope cup. It's for one day when he becomes like sainted. Oh my god! You reckon if there used to be this huge thing, especially in medieval times, of any piece of a holy person that you could get or presumably get was considered super holy. So, for example, there were lots of fake things going around because there's no possible way that they would have access to them. Like the supposed foreskin of Jesus is a holy item. It's just gonna be some guy, right? It's probably not even a foreskin. It'll be something else. Loads of fingers, especially of Saint John. Enough to which Saint John apparently had like 326 fingers or whatever. Loads of just weird stuff like that. And also, like, medieval Christianity was so fucking weird, and everyone was fighting over like the smallest ideas. People just come up with an idea and be like, no, I think it's this. I think Jesus was a tiny, perfectly formed baby man who, when he was born, like a tiny man. But otherwise a perfectly formed man. You know, like all that kind of stuff like that. That was a pretty heavily believed idea. He cracks one out and apologizes to various religious edifices that surround it. That's what I think. That's probably what happens. Absolutist wankers. But it never happened. Papal infallibility. St. John has about 40 fingers. Yeah. Napoleon's penis is kept in a privately held collection as well. Yeah, supposedly. And also supposedly Rasputin. I had to think of the song for a second then. Rah rah Rasputin, his penis is in a tin. I'm not sure that it's the real one. There was this thing specifically with Russia where they're like, if anybody's like to make someone like embarrassingly into sex, they would be like, oh, they had a huge penis. Although there is some tradition of that. You know, I often say that like white supremacy started in the north of Spain. I think a lot of white supremacy also started in ancient Greece, because there is this fucking thing of the reason that Greek statues have really tiny penises is because they're like, oh, it's proof of our superiority. which seems to be intended as a mark against people from outside of that region. Although, joke's on them because it's flipped around and everyone's like, actually, bigger ones are better. But no, it is racism. It's a much older racism. It's very silly. Oh, we're so superior. That's small penises. Like, okay. Some absolute mad lad in the 17th century wrote an essay claiming that Jesus' foreskin went up to space and became the rings of Saturn. That's not that different to the kind of thing. I mean, the Milky Way is supposed to be tit milk that got splashed out, right? That's not that. That's not as unusual as. I mean, for the 17th century, that's fucking ludicrous. But in terms of stories in the past, that's not so strange. Boney M ahead of the time. Liam Greenjacket from Roscoe's chat has an uncle who received a papal blessing. Can you send those back? Can you say, actually, I don't actually, for these reasons, your support of these actions and the history of your religion, I don't think you're holy enough to bless me. I send it back. Send me a holier person. You did Pope Francis canonize Mother Teresa, for example? I think that's one of the things that I don't know if it's actually his decision, but she's bad. She wasn't a good person. She let loads of people die or be in pain because they weren't Christian. But they don't care because as long as they convert people, right? Greek myth ripoff, yeah. John Lennon, your hero, return as OBE. I can't remember why everyone's always like he beat his wife or whatever, which it's not that I don't care about it. It's just he's not in my life. He's not in my family. There's no connection to him. If he's a shithead, it's fine. Isn't he dead? It's like plenty of Christians die too. Well, then why is she getting canonized at all? What the fuck? You got one job. An imposing man stands on the road ahead of us. I am Giulio of Crema. I have bested dozens of women in combat. What? And honestly, all those fights were dull. So here I am on the road, looking for someone better than me, someone I can learn from. If you can best me in combat, I will become a valuable and loyal servant. And so, on this day, I demand to meet one of you in a fair fight. His combat prowess is 12. My combat prowess is 9. I'm considered having old age plus 2. 50 is old age, I guess. They had pure maggot-infested wounds. She said we must suffer like Jesus on the cross. Jesus died, though! The Holy See used to employ a devil's advocate. What? Advocatus diaboli, who would argue against beatification anytime someone was up for sainthood. Christopher Hitchens famously acted as an advocate against Mother Teresa's sainthood proceedings. What? I mean, that sounds kind of cool, I guess. I didn't realize devil's advocate was a real position. It is always interesting to me how much, like, the devil is evil, and then how much he's actually sort of worshipped, like, indirectly. Because it used to be a way of a lot of this Abrahamic stuff started was like, no, God is an evil monster who will hurt you if you do not worship him. It's the same thing. It's just the devil's the villain now, I guess. Yeah, medically speaking is uncool. So she really was just canonized on her reputation, not her actual actions. Savary, are you good at fighting? No, but you'll do it instead of me. They gained the trait. Oh, he won! And Gielo de Castro Aclato is now my knight. That's okay. I've noticed that Johan avoids me more than usual. He always sits at the opposite end of the table when we're invited to a feast, and consistently refuses my company while camping. We may not have the best of relationships. He's terribly scared of me. But that attitude is starting to tire me, especially when I overhear him defaming me. Engeltrudis is a cocky snake. I'd be a way better queen than her. Listen, if you want to be queen so badly, it was funny when Hitchens insisted waterboarding wasn't torture. And then he had a go of it and said, it's defo torture, I feel scared thinking about it months later. Wow. I'm glad he tried it to change his mind. Wow. I think the idea was, if you're unsure about making someone a saint, you should probably get someone who hates them to take a look at it. But they still fucking... but they still sainted her anyway. Fastest anyone's ever changed their mind. I feel like I remember that. Like, is he immediately like, bah, ah? Or am I thinking of a podcaster? Or he probably had a podcast. I love that there's the fire in the background, like, am I gonna murder this guy? You wanna know how it is? I'll show you. I can fight and make him leave. Or he wins and leaves. Caravan Master Adelheid take care of it, lightly scolds. Get on my sight now, or he just leaves. Is that the wind I hear? I just don't give a shit. Yeah, go tell him off. Can't be calling me a cocky snake. Bitten by frost. It's been snowing for the past few days and the cold is unbearable. Really? Oh, it was January, of course. I look around and see that my entourage is struggling with it as well, so I decide to travel on foot alongside them. After we walk through the snowstorm for another hour, Savory pulls me aside. While shaking, he yelps, "Please, my liege, I can no longer feel my finger anymore." He tries to make a fist, but the pain is too strong. His finger is swollen and turned into all shades of blue and black. Oh no. Wait! Wait! Did my court physician convert to the nudity religion? Why is he naked? We're in the snow. Why is he naked? What happened? Why is he naked? It's not telling me. It says he's still Catholic, he's just naked for some reason. Why? Why has he done this? Why has he done this? No raiment effect? Where is that? I can't see. There's too many buttons in this now. Inclusive, crave, ambitious, lazy. No, I didn't see that anywhere. The little red icons? Oh! Dreamer, mosquito, no raiment. Okay. Well... maybe you're freezing, maybe my naked... How's he keeping warm? Is he just like carrying fire with him or something? See the streamer having a swig of water in the middle of talking about Warburton craft. No, listen, Taki, genuinely, thinking about having water poured on my face made me realize how thirsty I was. Although I also kind of have a bit of a cold. Although I don't know, it probably isn't a cold, it's probably something else. I have been very tired lately, so it's probably connected to that. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. We can get Naked Richard to try and treat it. Seems like he'll do quite well. I can try it for some reason, or we can just leave it. No, come on, Naked Richard. Yeah, he did it. Naked Richard says, just hold a torch near your hands to keep them warm. Even when on pilgrimage, the priests still hold mass every Sunday. It's held out in the open where no church is nearby, but early this morning a storm rolled in and has not ceased. Undeterred, a zealot priest is standing in the pouring rain, giving a sermon about perseverance in the face of adversity. Despite this, the size of his audience is rapidly dwindling as discouraged adherents seek refuge from the torrential rain. I can stand out in the rain and get sick, or I can just... sure. Let's stay out in the rain with him. You've waterboarded your... Sorry. Taki Fensington, known chatter in the streamer, is saying to me these words. I've waterboarded myself, and I think I made my brain scared of water. How the fuck do you waterboard yourself? Like, are you serious? because I mean, one, I'm like, that's such a foolish thing to do, but also I'm like, that's deeply interesting. Ballad of Naked Richard. It does sound like it would be something like that. You acquired Brandon's Frankenstein. I'll watch it tonight and report back on Thursday's stream. Fantastic. It's not hard. Use a flannel in that. I don't. Isn't he supposed to be like upside down or something? I mean, I want to say, is it really that bad? But obviously, I know it's bad. What? Did? What possessed you to do that? Oh, we got ill. She's waterboarded herself. Oh, we're being raided. Oh, fuck's sake, can we stop with the nudity for a second? I want to just... There's no way I can stop that raid. That's a huge raid. Everyone knows how devoted I am to my faith. Not really. I just need them to think that. That's not Rich. That's somebody else. What? Everyone's naked on this. This is the nakedest pilgrimage ever. You grew up at the height of the War on Terror and you're a curious boy. I mean, so did I think. Aren't we basically the same age? Why do you say everything like you're 100 years old when we're the same age? I grew up in the height of the War on Terror. I'm a curious boy. What else would possess someone to do the intellectual rigor, I guess? Yeah, I mean, you're didn't you say you were like 32? I'll be 31 in October, so... I accidentally told someone I was 27 yesterday, and then I just didn't correct it. You love the men and women who went on a hunger strike for Ireland, but I'd never give it a go. I mean, fuck me, it would be hard. I love food, and I get so bad without food. And also I have like, I have an eating disorder, so I feel like that would just... It would just cement it forever if I did that, I think. I think about it a lot though, because I don't know, I felt like it would be more of a risk than it turned out to be, but there was just this feeling for a long time that doing anything outspoken enough in England would get me arrested, and then because of my status as a person would put me in jail. So like I've always kind of been gearing myself up for that. I don't know. I think I fear the state maybe more than the state is actually capable of, but then also it's capable of a lot, so who knows. I used to be afraid to say stuff on Twitch. I used to think because Amazon's really into spying on people that automatically means that you say something and they get you, but like I guess just because the capacity to spying exists doesn't necessarily mean they give a shit. You have too accidentally lied about your age and committed to the lie because you're too anxious to correct it. I don't think anyone will remember. I just basically said that I came to Sheffield when I was 7, and I said that was 20 years ago. But that's just because I was just like vaguely like, I don't know, 20. I guess it would have been 23 years ago, right? You often need to think about what year it is to remember how old you are. I had a phase like that, but then I don't know, I came to 30 and it was just like, I'm not like, I felt older when I was 25 than I do now when I'm 30, because I realized how much of it is just kind of like a state of thinking. Read some of the diaries, and the Brits used to put big meals in their cells. I wouldn't have that willpower. Yeah. Fuck Britain, honestly. Fuck Britain so much. God. But yeah, no, I didn't know that I would have been able to eat, unless I just like ruined the food immediately, but then you're fucking licking it off the floor because you splashed it everywhere. Yeah, extremely cruel and therefore extremely on brand. Especially to, like... Well, not especially... I don't know what I'm saying. And yeah, that's especially bad. How long has it been since I felt the warmth of another person against my skin? This pilgrimage has taken me far away from my home as well as my comforts. Oh, how I yearn for the desires of flesh. These apparently fantasizing about this guy. The fantasies won't stop flooding my mind, and I feel tempted to give in to my desires so I can focus. God, I know this feeling is sin. Why must you test me so harshly? Is my pilgrimage not enough to prove my devotion? So we can we can fuck Domingo, and he's just what? There's no explanation of why he's naked or why he's around. We're just passing through a town, and we see one naked man, and we're like, oh god, I need him. Mate, Bastard will save your legacy. I'm 50 years old. I don't know that it will. Imagine being 30 days into hunger strike and having lasagna put into your stomach. It could be... The thing is, like, I feel like after 30 days, it could be anything. It could be a rat that got struck by lightning, right? It could be a charred shit, to be honest. You would need it. Is he an Adamite? Adam, is he Adam? He's clothed. Wait, hang on. He's clothed here. Why is he naked here? Is it just because we desire him so much that I've like unclothed him in my mind? What the fuck? I remember seeing an interview with Fassbender after he played Bobby Sands, and he said he looked forward to having a big meal after they finished the film. Got a big bowl of noodles. He said he started involuntary shaking because his body was freaking out to have food. Oh yeah, no, you can die from eating something after starving because of the energy expended to digest it is like the last stuff that you have. They make these special sort of starvation cure things for the UN or whatever that I was looking up for some reason that are like have lots of specific nutrients that you wouldn't normally necessarily get just to stop you dying of starvation when you finally get to eat something. Pin him, for God's sake. Pin him. Okay, we'll pin him. I mean, he's and not to stereotype, but he does have a name like you would have for a lover. Domenico, please. You know, like I should be playing like a little strum on a banjo or something. Domenico, my beloved. They named the street in the embassy. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Bobby Sands is really big in Iran? What? I don't know who... to be honest, I don't really know who Bobby Sands is. Was he the person that you talked about before? Sorry. Oh, it played Bobby Sands. Oh, okay. Why is he really big in Iran? Have streets and burger places named after him. What did he do in Iran? Name the street the embassy is on after him. To make the British put his name on the letterhead. And that. Okay. Oh, is it maybe like an anti-British thing? Anyone that wants to be anti-British, I say power to them. As long as they recognize, you know, like people being like anti-Scouse, I'm like, hey, that's not the same. That's not the same. Why limit myself to one brothel? Let's visit as many as we can. Lay with D'Amico and then lots of other people. Or stay strong. No. We need to... What do we need to do? I don't know. I mean, I lose more stress with that, but I also lose more faith. I mean, we're more likely to get pregnant that way if it's even possible. I don't think it is. I have a weird feeling like 50 is a cut-off for this game. Bobby Sands was an IRA volunteer, went on hunger strike in 1981. Yes. This is a pro-Khomeini scream. I don't know who that is. You're anti-Scouse, but only because of Taki. You fucking beat me to it. That's funny. Pro-Oven, pro-Khomeini, pro-Obama. No. I'm not anti-Obama, except for the bad things that he did. This is the unfortunate thing about American politics, because it's like, no, you can only have one position or the opposite position. Yeah, let's get him pregnant. Cisalpine men? Cisalpine? I have seen the world and beheld its many wonders in my travels, but never have I beheld such beauties as the one I've seen in Genoa. Truly, Cisalpine. Cisalpine? I feel, would it be a hard C? Excuse me. Think you can see your fertility under your health thingy? Is that so? Which one's my health thingy? I don't know where it is. There's too many things. Heart next to your age. Health fine. You're feeling fine. Source is ill. Which does reduce my fertility. No, it's not. It doesn't say anything. I feel like it does come up somewhere though.
A gifted subscription.
Oh my god, a gifted subscription. Thank you so much, Taki, for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Takesmith. Thank you so much. It's nice to see the Takesmith here, and now they are enforced part of this family now because they have a subscription. So thank you so much. His diary whilst being on hunger strike is now available to buy. It's both heartbreaking and fascinating. Yeah, no, I imagine. Cisalpine. Only see fertility in oh, okay. Sadly, the streamer seems to approve of my being abused, so I had to do that. Target give me some out spy. I've done that. Someone tried to threaten me because I said that Class V Corner, which was an old roleplay server, was transphobic, and at that time no one believed me, and I was alone. And basically the owner of that, Jamie M Plays, and some other guy who had specifically started a fight with me that got me banned, came into like Roscoe's stream to, I don't know, sort of threaten me or something, or be weird. So I gave the guy that had attacked me a sub when he left. poor Roscoe, because he was like, huh? But it's solved the problem, and I gave Roscoe a sub. So that's the most petty sub I've ever given. Sometimes you just gotta do something like that, unfortunately. Okay, so we're just attracted to the random men here. One particular fascinating specimen has taken my eye of late. A peasant man by the name of Teodoro. A pretty little dearest. He's far too pleasing to my eye to spend his days slaving away in Genoa. My new paramour also joins my court and becomes my lover. Yeah, fuck it. As many lovers as possible. Hey! Oh, thank you, Gugun. Thank you for gifting us up to Beagle. I assume you probably just picked gift a subscription. Because Beagle usually ends up quite high up on the list for gifted subs when they're random for some reason. I don't know what the reason is for that. But thank you so much. 46 is the limit of fertility. That might mean... How old's my sister? 40. Okay, so we still got 60 years. 6 years. Wish we had 60 years. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. This has been an extremely good stream for subs for whatever reason, which is great because I've just been getting less viewers and less subscriptions, and I have a sneaking suspicion that some of it is just because of summer and people going outside.
Subscription.
No, not Obama. Can you not gift it? You can gift it. I have never No, I have done it. I just don't remember how to do it. Thank you, Spike, for gifting some to Obama. Is that actually... Hang on. Is that actually gonna be Obama? I click on that. So, okay. It's a picture of the Twin Towers. I don't think that's real Obama. They have 2,403 followers. They just fucking randomly made that. And then it's got a picture of him and Joe Biden. Dad, husband, president. This account was probably made when he was still president, right? Holy shit, there's all sorts of stuff on this channel. YouTube, and then it's got a fairy hugging a subscribe button. About me, Barack Hussein I the Second? Born 1961, is an American politician who served as the 44th president of the United States. From 2009 to 2017, member of the Democratic Party. Oh, he's the first African-American president of the United States. They've just copied and pasted this from Wikipedia, but for some reason it's picked up loads of other things as well. Yeah, it's just his whole Wikipedia page. Oh, there's some of his successes as well. Doesn't say anything about droning, or does it? The tense changes at a certain point. It stops saying I. During I's term as president, they just controlled F to this, haven't they? Oh, they've changed he to I. That's why everything starts with a TI, because it's supposed to be there. This is very strange. Right, anyway, I'm closing that. Weird Obama channel. Hi, Glacier, good to see you. Let me, the subs seem to drop out of this guy. I always enjoy your streams, even though I'm not around these much. I try to get in your streams when I can. I appreciate anything at all. Streaming is a privilege to do for other people, but also like it would be nice if there were more people. I like it. It gets in my head a little bit, because I did sort of have post the big ostracization in October, where about 50 places banned me, like just everywhere. Some of your favorite streamers, unfortunately, just everywhere. It was an absolute nightmare. So there was this gap where I stopped streaming, and then I came back to streaming. It was like I had 6 people, and then I sort of slowly worked it up to about 16, close to 30. But then it started going down again, and I'm not sure what the reason for that is. Maybe people felt guilty, so they came back, but now they don't feel guilty anymore, so they've gone away. There's no way of knowing. But if people would like to through word of mouth kind of spread my stream or something, that would be fantastic. I need to start putting stuff on other websites. I think it's probably going to be a big part of that, though. But I'll keep streaming. Even if I got 1 viewer, I'm still going to stream. I'll just feel weird about it, because I'll know when I used to have like 80 people in the old days. See, this is why I like Crusader Kings 2 more. Too old for children, just pray to the devil and get him to impregnate you. Will you die in childbirth or be murdered by an infant? Almost certainly, but at least you have an heir. I mean, I guess I do like it that it's more realistic. Everything starts with T.I. said the streamer putting together her playlist of Southern hip hop. Do you want to tell me about Southern hip hop? What's the T.I. thing? Another example of Neil Gaiman's wisdom: replace all is not your friend. Hey, if we're talking about Neil Gaiman's wisdom, it was kind of weird when he like defended that person who got arrested for having loads of child porn, and he was like, this is the death of art or whatever. It was really weird when Neil Gaiman did that. Tumblr remembers, because he said it on Tumblr. That was a weird thing. I think he probably would like to walk that one back. Favorite streamers have banned you? What's the refund policy? I don't know. I say favorite. There's a lot of people who are like quite popular, like Staggies and Slate and all those sorts of people. I couldn't list you all the people. There was this fucking charity thing. I mean, do we really? What I wouldn't know where to look it up. I don't remember if I saved a picture of it, but it was like all people that were in Rust, and like after a certain point, it became 50% of the people on that had banned me. Which is so ridiculous, because like, not in all cases, but a lot of cases, I was the person that was joining these streams up together, because I was like, oh yeah, joint connectivity between streamers seems like a good thing, and then they all run off in their own directions, and I'm like, why? At least talk to me. It was very hard. It was very difficult. I wasn't actually banned from XQK's stream. I have been banned from another stream for saying that he was sexist, because he is. He's a lot of things. Sexist is letting him off lightly. Tumblr obviously don't remember him because he saw the replace all quote like 2 days ago. My corner of Tumblr remembers, I guess. No, I do occasionally see him show up. On a series, I don't get into Twitch politics. I just like people who have something interesting to say without resorting to pure vehemence. I mean, I also don't like to get into Twitch politics. I never intended it. It's just, my existence as a trans woman is inherently political, unfortunately. But I do talk about... I used to be very scared to talk about it, understandably. But I try to talk about it because I think it's important that people have a bit of sort of cynicism towards the way that things operate, and I think that they could change. And obviously I don't really have any influence to change them, but I think the key thing is, if you're a streamer and you've fallen out with another streamer, communicate that to them. And I don't mean like horribly, I mean like, say you did this and that's my issue and I would like to see if we could come to a conclusion. I think if a lot of streamers did that, there would be so much less drama. But because there's this attitude of like that we can't talk about it, and understandably because people do make it an issue. Like if someone talks about it, like they'll try and fucking ruin them or whatever. So I can see why people are scared, but I think ultimately it would be better to talk about it. SQC, previously called XQC Cow, which was I think just them smacking the keyboard, is one of the richest and most prolific streamers on Twitch, because he is a fucking disaster of a person. It is horrific, and his followers are also horrific and do horrific things to people. It seemed quite unhealthy, his relationship with his stream as well. But like when you're making millions, I guess I don't know. If you hadn't shared your bad experiences, you still have a few people on your follow list. Absolutely one there, so glad you did. See, I don't necessarily want to like. It's tricky because there's also even the shitty people are still trying to work on Twitch, right? So I never necessarily wanted to like hurt people's viewer numbers and stuff. Like it was never really about that. I would much prefer even people that were very nasty to me. It would be nice if they could come to me. We could have a conversation. We could sort it out. But I don't know. Some of them are very dogmatic about their beliefs, and not because of accurate information, but rather because of like adulation. This is a big thing also. Like I don't think that there should be this wall between streamers and chatters, because we are all people. Like we shouldn't. If you like my stream and stuff because the stuff I'm producing is nice, that's fantastic. But you shouldn't like my stream because you're like, oh, Hughes of Rosary's famous. And I had interactions with people like that, and they all eventually. What was weird is the thing that seemed to hurt that relationship the most was me trying to like equalize us. It's like, no, you should be better than me. Weird stuff. Just like people with their own opinion not formed out of putrid hate for a certain group. Yeah. For me, it's that I just don't want to be in an online space that could say and do terrible things to someone I like. Fair enough. Chat scum and not afraid to say it. Listen, we're all scum. If you're scum, I'm scum. Me especially, if anything. I'm like, I invite people to pull me down a peg because I think that's healthy. Right, what are we doing here? Along the path to the Holy Land, I've met with all kinds of pilgrims, both young and old. It's as if I'm witnessing a tapestry from my own life play out before me. Silver hair and wrinkled skin always seemed so distant until they came to me. I can't help but feel this pilgrimage may be my last before I take the ultimate journey to heaven. Don't say that, Angle True. You're just a little sick. Perhaps I should stop a while and contemplate life's brevity. I will make the most out of my life. Gain determined. I thought I already was determined. I still have so much life to live. Determined to live. That's a good one. His ideas make my heart ache. Yeah, I'm determined to live, although there's a chance that it won't work. So I'll make the most of my time. Tig Smith is finally speaking sense. I can't be scum. I look like a young walking phoenix. I mean it in a sort of rapscallion kind of way, like, we're all scum and villainy here. Whoa. I know fucking Taki will make fun of me because I always reference this, but like the film Megamind, right? You want to be that kind of villain, right? Will make the most of my time. Don't gain stress. Fuck, filled with existential dread, just like real life. Huh? Of the buffoonery I've ever seen. Fuck's sake, Adamar is the clumsiest person in the world. In Duke Adamar's inane efforts to improve relations with my neighbours, my good-for-nothing Chancellor is officially acknowledged. King Flame's claim to the country of Rouen. Fuck, are we gonna end up fighting France anyway? That's the original province. Well, actually, I think we started with like that one. I don't remember if we had that one as well. I don't remember if we had that one. I think it was like that. Those are like the original provinces. But yeah, no, that's always been the capital. This is the #1 space for online finds of Megamind. I'll take that. I would like that. A scamp, perhaps even a flimflammer. used to talk about the IRA a lot, and people immediately think, "Oh, terrorists," not knowing that they were the army that protected the Republic of the early 20th century. I guess it's the more modern stuff that they think about, right? Um, but also like we have a very sort. This is gonna sound maybe controversial to some people. We have a very sort of dogmatic approach to terrorism in Western Europe and America and stuff like that. But it does seem very much to be a reflection of imperialism, right? Like if you invade someone's country and start fucking, killing them with impunity or taking land away from them and stuff like that, people react strongly to that. And sometimes people feel like that's the only option that they have. And like, whilst kneecapping teenagers is definitely not something you should be doing, I think there should be a bit more of a sort of a compassion with that, of like understanding that the fault lies in the empire, right? That's my position on that, I suppose. So like it's not as straight, it's never just as straightforward as people say. But certainly if we're talking about the first IRA, I mean, like, they're very much justified, very much justified to try to free themselves from Britain. Who, like, some of the stuff I remember, especially with the what's that film, the Wind That Shakes the Barley or something. I didn't realize how, to such a like a small degree, to such a like a minor matter level, just how sadistic British rule was. Like you couldn't fucking do anything. You couldn't speak your own language. You couldn't play a game. You couldn't go to the train station and be sure that you wouldn't get harassed, kind of thing. Like, just everything all the time, every day. Like, holy shit. Like, wow. We got off easy, to be honest. Forget that some of the leaders of the IRA were English. Erskine Child is Constance Markowitz. Interesting. I mean, if there's gonna be a big anti-British Empire movement now, I would certainly be against the British Empire, right? I'll do anything I can help for that. Imperialism is always one of the worst things. Right, so King Flane has now got a claim on the country of Rouen. Thanks, Adamar. I'm considering firing you. Here in the quietness of the Beziers roadside, I feel an overwhelming sense of peace and tranquility wash over me like none I've ever experienced before. Just beyond a small ridge. Oh, we never went to Rome, did we go to Rome? I forget. Just beyond a small ridge, I see a clearing off the side of the path where neither man nor beast seems to have entered in decades. I can feel God's presence here, and perhaps I ought to linger in quiet contemplation. No, because I want you to be stressed. Because I feel like I'm more likely to get helpful traits for me. Yeah, anyway, on with the crusade. Well, we're not actually doing a crusade, we're doing a pilgrimage. I don't think any crusades have actually been called yet in this game. I keep confusing it with another game I have in Crusader Kings 2, but we'll probably start to see them in like 60 years, except we won't, because Engeltrudis will die and then that'll be over. But there's no crusades have been called yet. Yeah, go into the cave and get munched by a bear. I don't know if you take over the papacy, like the land, so you make the Pope homeless, if you can stop crusades from happening. But there does also seem to be this mechanic of once they start happening, all the other religions like want their go as well, eventually. Life or death saved. Traversing the hills of the outskirts of Villaviciosa. Villaviciosa. We are suddenly... Oh, a wonderful name. We are suddenly attacked by a swarm of bandit riders out for blood. Another set of riders approach from the nearby holding, led by Mayor Hermanexildu. Hermanexildu. That's gotta be a Visigoth name, probably. It's weird, the Pope just kind of goes somewhere else. You can't dismantle the papacy. If you're a Christian heresy and you control the entire of Italia, you can destroy the papacy altogether, otherwise he'll be landless and still call for crusades. You think, in actual history, if the Pope lost Rome by someone that wasn't Christian and then called for a crusade, do you think that would work? I guess people would be annoyed that Rome was taken, right? Because the whole time it's they're constantly whipping people up into a frenzy because the Roman Church is the only thing that remains of the Roman Empire. So it's just trying and trying and trying and trying. Okay, what's going on? Oh, we were attacked by bandits, but then this mayor showed up and like helped us. You should join us for some astral fucking Astiliones, because it's the Astori. Okay, it's just Astorian Leones, I guess. Astorleones. Hospitality at Villa Viosca. It's so hard to say these because I had no familiarity with them at all. My husband, King Frederick, has been tense lately. I did try to murder him, and as we find ourselves alone, it finally becomes apparent why. Please be honest with me, he says in a grave tone. Is this someone else? Have you taken a lover? No! I thought I had 2 lovers. I guess we've only got 1. Call a crusade right now and have every state form a coalition against you. That's your favorite part of the Paradox games. Well, it went elsewhere when that happened. First Constantinople, and now Rome is technically in Moscow. What? Are you talking about your game, or I'm confused? Sorry. Right. He doesn't believe me, or he's suspicious. Who would have told him? He lives in another country, like far, far away from me. I am finally here, body and soul, at the great church of Santiago. As the bishop offers me blessings, I reflect on everything that had to happen for God to bring me here at this moment in my time. The pilgrims left and got trait pilgrim. Although I think I already had that trait, so it's not really going to change much for me. But yeah, we're here. We're gonna, I don't know, eat some food or something. Pray a bunch of times. Hey, we're not ill anymore. It made us better. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat. I think I feel it in my like nose. The echo of my own footsteps is the only sound in the church. I am alone. The last thing I remember from the outside world is the face of those beggars near the gates and the blue, blue sky. So distant now. I walk towards the altar knowing it's only me, and yet I feel under an unyielding scrutiny. The severe eyes of God are always wide open. That's fucking terrifying, like the Eye of Sauron. Flameful eyes. And that's what happens when you build a huge building like this, I guess. No, in real life, Moscow is supposed to be the current successor of the Roman Empire. It's the current head of the Orthodox Church. Well, it's not the only one, right? Because, I mean, there's several. God, I don't even know where that would be yet at the moment. But, no, loads of people claimed to be the successor of Rome. I mean, we talk about the Ottoman Empire. That was one of the things that was said, because they were like, listen, we have the birthplace of Jesus and all of this and that, and we're the inheritors of Rome. But lots of people. There was also a thing of people fighting over like who got to be the descendants of the Goths as well. But really, it just all came back to, excuse me, it really all comes back to wanting to have the right to say you're the Roman Empire, so that you can have claims over essentially all of Europe, I suppose. And they're big into making claims in these times. Third Rome. It's weird. If anything, I feel if Russia's to inherit anything, like the Mongol Empire, I guess, because that's kind of how it formed. Not that I think they should, because that's an even bigger fucking swath of land. They're already big enough. I would love to see, you know, the Ukraine war is really awful, but it's putting so much pressure on Russia as being a big empire. I would love to see it break it apart, especially because of how much like indigenous land that they've rolled over. That would be a nice thing that could come out of this. I say that, but like it's never gonna be that simple, is it? So we can pray. We can look at those sexy, sexy arches and gain architectural interest and increase my learning. Or I can make an offering. I can give away my bejeweled torch. No! I love it. Who created it? This guy. No, we'll just we'll look at the sexy arches. That seems useful. Liked going Hellenic in Crusader Kings 2, capturing Rome, restoring the Roman Empire. Lots of angry Catholics trying to fight it. I remember doing something like that in it before, where I definitely did. Yeah, no, I think I did do that. It was very interesting because it's the same. You know, Catholicism is very much like. There's so much Roman, you know, we say Roman Catholics because there's so much like Roman stuff in there. So they then go back and say, no, Romans prior to that. There's actually, I've noticed there's quite a lot of movements at the moment about sort of decolonizing local religions and stuff prior to Christianity. It's becoming like more of a thing where people are like, I still want to have some kind of spirituality in my life. I just don't want it to be Christian. And this is the one that was there, you know, in this land before all that. It's interesting. Yeah, there we go. I like the idea that we could dismantle all of the wrongs of empires, although, you know, it's not exactly going to take a short amount of time. Oh, we found our naked boy. As I enter the sacred grounds, I find Dominenko staring at the altar with an absent expression. Dominenko, I call him. My lady, he says unfazed, I have something to ask from you. I hope you can forgive me. This place has moved my soul and agitated my spirit in ways I thought inconceivable. God has spoken to me, and his voice is clear, severe, precise. It keeps going and going and going. The only sound I hear now, the whole world has gone quiet. If I could stay behind... No! I would like to devote my life to it. No! Our sexy man. He's leaving us. He's gonna become a monk! What a wild time he's had. He was naked, he'd sex with a queen. He wants to become celibate. Or I can tell him off, but he'll become a rival. You know, fine. Listen, this is your journey, clearly. That's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. He just, you know, can we get some, like, hang on, I'm trying to see, one sec, opening YouTube sad, music, DMCA free, like this. You know, sometimes people come into your life and they change things for the better, but they're on a journey just as we're on a journey too. We can't hold on to those people. It would be wrong. We need to... The music's kind of clashing here. We need to let them go on their journey, and this, unfortunately, is Stomenko's journey. We should be happy for him. He wants to never fuck or masturbate ever again. He's had his fill. He's done. He's no longer going to be naked. We just have to say goodbye to him, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Spike. We're gonna let him become a monk. Off he goes. Bye-bye, Domenico. Remember when we saw you and you were naked for some reason that was never explained? The object of my desire that led me to take a lover in a different way. But I never had you as a lover because you're a free spirit, and now you're choosing to stay in the same building for the rest of your life. Truly a free spirit. He's off to become a monk. I understand. You have to do what you have to do. Okay, right, get rid of him. I've already forgot about him. You could reform the religion and add in the gods that were really bloodthirsty. Sacrificing people gave you loads of bonuses. There was no short supply of heretics. Have you ever played the Elder Kings mod? It's the Elder Scrolls mod for Crusader Kings 2. You can worship certain cults, and they'll give you loads of like points for essentially kidnapping or imprisoning various like noble people and sacrificing them, and you can do it to the point where you can cause an oblivion crisis. It's fucking amazing. It's a really good mod. I wonder if they're making one for Crusader Kings 3. I'm so sorry, Spike. We did have to let it go. Not played it, looks interesting. It's good. It's a little... Obviously, because there's so much to mod, it's a little incomplete. But the other one I like is one that my sister made, which is a RuneScape EU4 mod. It's really good because it's historically accurate to RuneScape's own history, and it contains information from both versions of RuneScape, and it's coherent, and it's got fucking civil wars in it and everything. It's amazing. Game of Thrones Crusader Kings 3. Yeah, I heard about that. That seems to be... That's always the one that comes out first, because I guess it's the easiest one to make. Because I remember there was one of the early ones for Crusader Kings 2 as well. My agents have noticed that the charming King Frederick acts strange around his... Dot? Around his what? His nipple? Investigating further would mean putting aside my dark plans for the king, but I must admit my curiosity is peaked. Sorry. If he's hiding something... I mean, he might be trying to kill me. We're so close. We're gonna stay focused. Because we might kidnap him first. Ooh, I learned Iberian vulgar language, apparently. Elder Kings 3 looks very good. There's an Elder Kings 3? Oh, fuck me. I'm definitely playing that then. Crusader Kings 2 one was good. I remember playing the War of Five Kings and Sansa Stark shot herself to death age 11. See, that's something they never had. Something that someone pointed out, because lots of people were like, oh, Game of Thrones is really historically accurate, which I used to believe in 2012. But it's not, because people don't really get sick. And one of the biggest ways that people would be getting sick is every time they went to battle. Someone pointed out that if it was truly about the gritty realness, every fucking time they were on a road with their army, there would just be scores of people just fucking hurling into the road, because everyone gets so sick, and also, you know, spread diseases and stuff. It's like a constant thing that happens when you move a big army. You know, so many people would die just simply because they got sick. Big famous people. There was the whole thing with Robert the Bruce, that the English king that went to sort of... Was he English? I don't remember if it was actually England at that point. I don't know my history so well, but the king that went up to basically stop him died on the journey, because that's just something that happened all the time. It's so normal. Yeah, where's your dysentery? Markets of Santiago are bustling of merchants, shouting in languages I've never heard and selling spices I've never tasted. The guide of the pilgrim, learn the safest routes, discover the marvels of Santiago, one of them yells, waving a small book in my direction. I can't do that option, or I can say I take one, and I become the owner of the pilgrim's guide. Sure, why not? No. The person who was opposing Robert the Bruce. I said the English king. But I wasn't sure if it was actually England at that point, or if it was like Wessex or something. I don't know, because I don't remember the exact. You know what I'll do? I'll look up Robert the Bruce so I can be more up to date. Oh. 1274 to 1329, so kind of late in the medieval times. Oh, hang on, there's a little picture of him. See, this looks a lot more... I've seen pictures of him and depictions of him in films and stuff. This looks a lot more like what he probably would have looked like, to be honest. That's a very Scottish looking person to me. Especially the eyebrows. Is that a thing? Is Scotland just like, or just because he's an old man? But yes, he took a lot of castles down so that they couldn't just be retaken, and I think that's very interesting. But this looks like a Crusader Kings character. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, it definitely would have been England by then. They would have been. I can't remember if they were invading Ireland at that point. I think that's afterwards. Yes, let's take this pilgrim's thing. A perfect opportunity has presented itself. King Frederick is traveling from... Wait, what? He's traveling from Frankfurt to Frankfurt. Is this a trap? He must think himself safe. Perfect time to strike. 85% chance of succeeding. I mean, it just... I never... Just fucking... Let's try it. How could this happen? My agents are waiting and waiting at the correct time and place, but King Frederick never appeared. He seems to have gotten wind I was planning something. Okay. So he didn't reveal. Though it did make him watchful. I'll have to find some... No. Let's try again. There we go. Scheming's harder in this game, I think, than the previous one. As the time of the sacred site draws to an end, I am content in knowing that our respectable and well-paced journey has satisfied the worldly aspect of Christianity and by extension myself. There's a worldly aspect of Christianity? This being my first pilgrimage. No, it's not! I'd already pilgrimaged to Jerusalem. Unless you mean the first pilgrimage to... No, that's not true. They've already pilgrimaged. I feel confident I'm more familiar what to expect from this type of spiritual journey in future. San Diego, it's been an honor. Altruistic pilgrim. Determined pilgrim. Armed pilgrim is tenant. Huh, okay. Hello, Two Kings Maggie, good to see you. Yes, I guess it is evening, isn't it? We're playing Crusader Kings 3 with the character that may be the end of this family's journey, because of really strange things happened. We had a really cool King Renard of Rouen. He died of old age during a war to start actually having a king title, so he was going to go from duke to king. He had a very... Sometimes I think the game does this on purpose, because the coincidence is so great, but he very suddenly had a son who inherited everything, and then that son had a really difficult sort of rulership, and we lost a lot of territory. And then he went on a pilgrimage. He was going to go on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, but it was like... It was going to go fucking all the way over here, and I think through here at one point. But he died in this ocean and everybody with him. So Engeltrudis II, the mother and daughter of Engeltrudis, is but unfortunately the Queen of East Francia. So all of her children are outside of the family, and I'm trying to find a way to like murder them or change the inheritance or something. But at the moment, it says I've got no player heir of the dynasty, so we're probably over here. I was just trying to find things to do that would be mean to, because I'm trying to make her sadistic so she can kill her own children. But it doesn't seem like it works that way, unfortunately. So we did a pilgrimage. As we managed to get through a dangerous path in Villalba, we decided to rest for the night. As I walk around the encampment, suddenly a strange feeling that someone is missing bothers me. I ask around, and everyone agrees, spelling error, on the one thing, that they don't remember seeing Guilo all day. Who is he? Oh, this guy. He's the night guy that was like, I've beaten up so many women. He was supposed to be keeping the rear guard as we entered a war-torn province. I don't think this is a war-torn province. I don't know why it does that. It should do it in a war-torn province. This isn't a war-torn province. I suppose it wasn't the best idea knowing his bravado. He's probably already gunning for the front lines, unless he's just lost somewhere in the forest. We mount a search party, which costs money, and he hates me. Find him myself, and I might get ill, and he hates me. Nah, fuck it. Let him leave. We got him for free, we'll lose him for free. Um, yeah, we're on our way back home. My agents tell me that Petty King Alduin is traveling from Hampshire to Hampshire. Again, that's not a journey. I've arranged for some brigands to interrupt his little journey and make sure he arrives here instead. There's an 85% chance of success. Let's do it. Success! The brigands did their job admirably and Petty King Alduin is safe in my hands. Ah ha ha ha! So... Wait, who the fuck is this? What's an antiquary? Oh, that's a regent. His wife, Bilachildis, also fantastic name. We need to inherit the kingdom, so we're trying to kill every other heir. But unfortunately, because she's married to Eldon Alfredson, we will need to kill these children as well. But by breaking this marriage by the best way possible, which is imprisoning him, because I think that means we can execute him now. Everyone's gonna hate this. It's gonna make me stressed. My family's gonna hate it. But here we go. Off goes his head. Take that, King of Wessex. Petty King of Wessex. Now, who's in charge of... Okay, so it's one of these little babies. I think we could probably murder them. Until there's no children left. But we've got the ball rolling now. We finally killed someone. Hi, Steen. Thank you for the tiny wizard. It's amazing to see you. I hope you're well. We're trying to murder our family members so that we don't lose the game, because that's what it's come down to. Let's see. What do we get? Fertility plus fit. Can we up our fertility to the point where it doesn't matter that we're 50? I don't know if that's a thing. When you torture someone, there's a 50% chance to gain either intrigue or prowess. What? That could be holy shit. Right. We need to start imprisoning people, right? The best way to get prisoners is to start a war. What kind of war should we start? We could fight the King of France. I mean, he does have a claim on us. Also, Lord Philippe has a claim. What's his claim? The country of charters. Yeah, that would be good. Military strength is similar. Yeah. I think we should do this. Let's start this war. We're gonna fight this war with the intention of gaining as many prisoners as possible so we can start torturing them all. Hi Shyle, good to see you as well. How you doing? Not doing too bad, thank you. Oh, that's good. Haven't we all wanted to do that? If I ever wanted to, I don't know, maybe maybe at some point in the dark recesses of my mind. It's just easier to stop talking to people. We're gonna do it. We're gonna declare war on the kind King of France. This might go badly. So we can get prisoners, so we can get intrigue, so we can become better at murdering. That's why we're doing it. This has got to be the most twisted reason for a war ever. Yeah, this can only end well. Right, there we go. Yeah, raise all armies. Oh, call in my allies. Can we get allies? Will you accept? No. Will you accept? Oh no, because you're 1 year old and I did recently kidnap and murder your father. That's fine. But these are the allies we can call to war. My husband, who I've been trying to murder. And his son, who I've been trying to kidnap. But he doesn't know that. Right. How many troops do we get initially? Most of them are probably going to come from East Francia. Oh, fuck. They're immediately like, here's 4,000 troops. Yeah, I would like to leave, please. And meanwhile, we're traveling... we probably should have waited a little bit to start the war. This will only end well. Our journey is violently interrupted by the sound of tearing flesh and gnashing jaws, and the desperate cries of a man about to meet his end.
The noise is so horrific, it must have come from the depths of hell. Attempting to track the source, we find a desperate knight struggling with a wild boar. His blade is wedged between the beast's jaws, but his grip is beginning to falter. We can get, what's this guy, Savary? I don't remember how he came to be in my employ, but you go and help him. Yeah, we beat the boar. Good job, everybody. Adelheid is in charge of our food supplies and sheepishly revealed our provisions are now all but useless, having been poorly stored. Patches of mold cover the bread and fresh produce, and we have quickly used up the remaining of our dried food. The party grows hungry as dusk begins to fall. Just a bit of mold. Get ill. Or nature will provide for us, which will, oh, that will work. There's a 3% chance that we'll die. Let's give it a go. Right. Knowing this game, when there is a 3% chance of dying, and it's incredibly sucky and shitty that if you die, it almost always seems to become a 50% chance. So we're going to click this, knowing that this could end the game, and hope that it doesn't. Okay, we're fine. Oh shit, I forgot to make them leave to the ocean. Ah, fuck. Ah, this war's already not going that well. Don't stack wipe me. They didn't quite stack wipe me, but we'll definitely need to leave there so we don't get captured. Bog! I hear Richard shout out in panic. Soon thereafter, I hear a loud cracking sound like that of wood breaking or my patience finally snapping. I step out onto the mud to see the splintered remains of a wagon wheel. My wagon wheel! I'm sorry, my liege. It was my turn as lookout and I fell asleep at the reins. We're gonna be late or shuffle the supplies around. I'll ride rough from now on. We'll be late. We'll just be late. It's fine. There we go. My journey has been a long one, but I've finally come home again. While much remains the same, something has changed about the way the bishops and priests treat me. I've undergone the journey of a holy woman. They insist it has changed something about me, whether I can see it myself or not. How many days was it? Usually it says my thingy informs me that I was gone for however long. Oh, Adamar was the regent whilst I was gone. This fucking useless piece of shit. How's Dominico doing? Hey, you don't look like a pope. What the fuck's an antiquarian? I thought you were becoming a monk. Oh yeah, no, you are a monk. This doesn't look like a monk to me. This looks way more powerful than a monk. I call shenanigans there. Oh yeah, no, I really have to go and be a monk. Find out he's like a cardinal or something. Right, so how are we intending for our allies to show up? We've got 4,000 odd troops coming that way, which I can recognize. That's my husband, that's my son, my eldest son. And they got a bunch of people down there, that's fine. We could hire mercenaries, maybe. Do we still? We don't have an alliance with them. Could we make an alliance? Probably not. Negotiate alliance. Will not accept because they don't like me. Oh, and my current number of alliances. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think I had that many. I got 3. No, I got 2 even. What was the one where it was like you can negotiate? Minus 125. Why? Faith differs. Animate war. Animate. Okay, so we're probably not going to be able to get any more alliances. So we gotta win this war in what we have. But that's fine. The existence of my plot to abduct King Frederick has been discovered. Ah, fuck. That makes it so impossible. I mean, we'll keep trying, I guess. Right. If we go to their capital. Hang on. Can we kidnap some of their people? Like, sieging capitals down is a really good way of getting prisoners, which is the primary purpose of this war. Oh, that looks messy. Oh, are they gonna get... Oh, oh yeah, no, we should probably all do this together, huh? What's that? Dangerous faction. Oh, it's Jacques of you again. Want a lower crown authority? Nah. If anything, I need more. Oh shit, no, they got into battle and they weren't ready. Ah, no, they're gonna lose. Ah, fuck. That's not gonna go well. Now, we need an influx of troops, because they seem to have about 1,000 more than they said they were gonna have. But at least they're not marching on the capital. Defenseless. It is hard to find a man willing to raise a hand against an infant. But to find one willing to place a spider in a cradle is much easier. I watched my agent stuff the deadly spider into a small bag and shiver. The thing is almost as big as its future victim. See it done, whatever the price. Murdering a child! Are you certain about this? In addition. Here we go. The deed is done. Petty King Aethelbald will never get to grow up, will never get to know the pains and pleasures of the world. Apparently it was a quick death, the venom doing its job, even before my agent had left the room. Just as quick were the guards, however. They soon had my agent in chains. He was mercifully executed before he could mention me as the force behind the crime. I had to do this. I had to do this. 34 stress. Who's leading this war? Arnold Rimmer? Good question. Who's leading my troops? Antoine Bellic. I think I need to be the one commanding them. Although I don't think I can change that. Oh no, I can. Can I command it? Because if I'm at home and they siege down Rouen, they'll very likely imprison me and end the war instantly, which will not be good. Okay, so one baby down, one to go. We now have to kill this baby. It's easier to kill them when they're babies, it seems. So that's fun. What are you gonna do about 7,000 troops? Popo von Frottenhausen has joined your court. Sorry? Popo von Frottenhausen, sorry. What a name. Hi, Popo von Frottenhausen. Aren't you gonna have to kill the entire House of Wessex? No, just all of the ones that were birthed by my sister. Oh wait, who are you? Oh, that's a different person. Hang on. Yeah, Bilachildis. So 3 of her children. I've already killed her husband. To be fair, I also well, I wasn't me that set that up. I guess it was me human in real life, but it wasn't me in the character in the game. So we only have to kill 2 children more than we already are. That's good. We're getting troops back, and they seem to be losing them. So maybe over time we can outnumber them again. I have realized that my husband, the charming King Frederick, keeps to a fairly regular schedule. If these could be observed, they could also be the key to a breakthrough. I want someone watching him at all hours. Studied habits. Hang on. Seems pretty good. Let's do it. We just have to kill enough people until Bilachildis is queen, and then I mean, we're killing Bilachildis' children so that Bilachildis will instead have a child with the right person, I guess. Although I don't know how we're gonna get her out of there and into our court. Can I marry you to somebody? Just anybody, really. But it will be matrilineal. Well, this guy will not accept minus 97. Is marrying down. Oh, okay. So we need something bigger than that. I mean, if you could come to court. Invite to court. Will not accept. Doesn't like me. Would be leaving her child is the biggest reason. Villachildis de Montchillard is her liege's relative. Who are you talking about? I'm not sure why that one's a negative. Yeah, we might have to kidnap. We might have to kidnap her to get that to work. Right, did we get any prisoners? That's the important question. We got 4 prisoners. Fantastic. A 2-year-old? Alright. Let's... I don't think we can actually torture a 2-year-old, weirdly. But we can torture this old man. Later, fine. Alright, let's get torturing. Gain stress because we're generous. Might gain some dark insights. Yes, please. Let's have a go. Oh, there's a maximum of 5, so you can't just do it indefinitely. Okay. Torture. I gained prowess. Okay. What about this person? Infantissima Beatrice of France. Oh, you're married to one of the princes of Brittany who joined in the war. Right, okay. Well, we're gonna torture you, I guess. Might discover a secret. No, it just hurt them. Okay. And then we've got this person, Royce Macru Gaminer, who is also married to a prince. Interesting. Well, God, they're gonna fucking hate me. Torture time. Here we go. Torture away. I've become overwhelmed with stress. All this torture is so difficult for me. Torture. Why complicate matters? There is nothing like a good old rack. The sound when bones and sinew snap is quite unforgettable. God. But not as unforgettable as the pain Bledid is soon to experience. It had to be done. 5%? Oh, okay. Had to be done. Didn't have to be done. It only had to be done in this sort of cosmic sense of like we're trying to change who we are as a person deep down. I sit brooding on my throne, my heart heavy with memory, mulling over things I did years and years ago. Was I truly a generous queen? Did I actually help people? Have I ever truly done the right thing? My head throbs. Why would God task me with ruling if he knew it would make me this miserable? Sod this, I'm off to the whorehouse you gain lost in lust. I would like to be lost in lust. Drowns their past in a tangle of limbs. Perhaps a charitable donation. Gain the trait improvidence. Habitually gives far more money away to charities than she can reasonably afford. Hey, that sounds like me. I cannot make mistakes, I'm queen. Yeah, fuck it. I can't make mistakes, I'm queen. I want a different trait with stress. I don't like the lack of... Oh, no, don't go to Rouen. Oh, phew. Yeah, we do need to move somewhere else, though. We need to... Can we tempt them by going to... Or rather, not tempt them by going to Paris? Because I feel like we'll get some prisoners out of that, which is all I really care about. My agents tell me that King Frederick is traveling within the Frankfurt. But they don't proofread any of this, do they? I've arranged for some brigands to interrupt his little journey and make sure he arrives here instead. 5% chance. No. Try anyway. Curses! He escaped and safely made his. They didn't proofread this at all. Disastrously, one of the brigands was later captured and confessed to everything, including my involvement. His luck will not last. Let's try again. It'd be great if I still lived in the same court as him. It would be easy. Oh, my prisoner died in the dungeons. Probably from the torture. Whoopsie doopsie. The Frankfurt. I mean, it is the Frankfurt, I guess. Hey, if you were feeling conflicted about the tortured prisoner that died in the prison, don't worry, because there's a baby about to die here too. 1 year old. They're not real. They're not real, and yet I feel so like deeply conflicted. Hi, Fuzina. It's great to see you. I am murdering children. That's what we've come to. One of Petty King Wolf's wet nurses is willing to do what needs to be done, for enough compensation, of course. I wave my agent away before she finishes describing the purpose of the Dark Needle. See it done, whatever the price. 50 gold. The deed is done. Petty King Wolf will never grow up or understand the world around him. It was apparently simple, a sharp iron needle against the ear. Ah. I mean, it's death, but like somehow that's so upsetting. Easily piercing soft skin and cartilage. I dismiss the courtier before I'm given more details. The wetness was caught but executed in anger before she had a chance to confess my involvement in the crime. There we go. That's another one down. One to go. Siffeld Edelhund, Edelhundarter. Guess we gotta kill you. Well, it's easy because you're a little baby. 4 years old. This is hard for me as a person. This is very hard for me. But it has to be done. When the time comes, my agents will need a safe escape route out of King Frederick's castle should anything go wrong. A detailed map of the local farmlands or its hidden paths and caves will be an invaluable resource. Ask your friend, Count Aemar. This guy? Oh, he's my friend. Yeah, you can do it. No risk there. This was hard for me, she says while laughing. I'm laughing because I'm never... Like, it's awkward, right? That's one of those kinds of laughs. Ooh! Just to explain what's happened here, because of my insistence on going to the capital to directly capture prisoners, it just so happened that I captured the King of France, who is 3 years old, meaning essentially an automatic victory in the war, which is very good because we were horrendously outnumbered and they were very close to potentially moving. Look, they're literally going to move on the capital there. Sorry, we've got your king. I would love to torture him, but I don't think they'll let us get away with both of those. Because if he dies, yeah, just enforce demands. There we go. Fantastic. Lord Mayor Philippe of Bayeux got the country of Chartres, the bishop. I've never said that word now I think about it. Bishopric. It's a bad word. For the city of Nogaloratu, I guess. Nogant is probably like Nugant. Let's not try and say that. Yeah, we won that war. Fantastic. Good job, everybody. We've extended this border for the first time in quite some time. We've got Chartres. For our friend. I mean, he's mostly scared of me. Yeah, baby gets honed. Give him a little torture. No, because the thing is, I don't think you can actually torture the babies for some reason. But even if I could, I think it probably would have killed the child. See, I've got another baby here. We can only execute. We'll just wait for them to get older and then we'll do that, I guess. But that was good. Successful victory in a war somehow. How are my other plots going? Still haven't killed this baby. Well, they're older than a baby, but like really, I want to emphasize how innocent these children are. God, I do actually genuinely feel a little bit sick about it. I genuinely do. It's not real. Bejeweled Torah has low durability. Can we fix it? Can we repair it? What does it give us? Learning and piety. It doesn't actually give us that much piety. 50 gold's kind of whatever. We'll repair it. In real life, I would like a Bejeweled Torah. I think that would be quite an interesting thing to have, right? I mean, I don't care about the... Oh, we can ransom them for... Okay, we'll just ransom them. There we go. They fixed my Bejeweled Torah. You know, like a fancy I would maybe I should do that. Should I start collecting various religious texts? Get like fancy ones. Not because I'm religious in any way. In fact, if anything, because I'm not, that makes it easier, right? Because I'm not like, this one's evil. Oh, Kingdom Island. Although I think that's been a thing for a while. Gorson de Lille has a claim on the country of Yepirpin. Yeperin. Well, it's gone now. Right. What's our next major thing to do? So we did a pilgrimage, and we had a war, and both of those things went pretty well. But we're still here. We're still alive. Oh, what's this? Footsteps echoing down dark hallways, misplaced papers in my study, a shadow seen from the corner of my eyes. You think someone is following me? You? My lover Teodoro seems to mull it over before nodding to himself. I have noticed some suspicious things in the castle recently. But wait, why is he wearing the cloak? Need to get to the bottom of this, or make sure I never have to worry about safety again. More vigilant. Ooh. For 5 years. I mean, that's resistance, but it does give me intrigue. I'll do that one. We'll be more vigilant. Oh, and also we do have an available perk. Divine retribution. Do you not lose piety or clergy opinion from torturing and executing others? I mean, I probably should take that if we're going to be torturing people all the time. Extreme laments inability to torture babies. Who could possibly try to kill you? At least 2 people, definitely. Yeah, divine retribution. These are some like heavy perks, right? Very medieval. Very medieval. Right. We need more prisoners. So we need to start another war potentially. What wars could we do? We could fight the island and try and get that land back that they took off my brother. Although it seems like they have a lot more soldiers than they're letting on. So I'm not so sure about that one. Or the guy from Andalus. I don't want to fight him. And also, again, he's got a lot more soldiers than he's letting on. I think I saw that we could get a claim. Lucius would grant me a claim on the Duchy of Avron. Which is, where is that? Oh, it's outside of France. Okay. Because they're gluttonous and sadistic. Aggressive attack. They've been excommunicated, that's why. Mr. Pope. You know that I am holy. All the people I have tortured have been for holy reasons. You understand this, right? Let me have a claim on this. Let me make it holy. I'm gonna request this claim. Oh shit, it actually is still in France. Never mind. Fuck. I can't declare war on France again. What? Prince Ludwig, my kind son, is being held against his will by Duke Arnold. Ooh, could you murder him? Can we kill him whilst he's in prison? What can be done for him? I hope he dies in prison. Pondered your request and decided to recognize your claim on the Duchy of Avron. There has come some light, some irrefutable proof that your ancestors did indeed rule the land in ancient times. I'll prove myself a worthy ruler. Except I won't, because that would mean declaring war on France again. Break the truce. So maybe a truce break. Being a truce break is really bad, and I think it's even worse in this one, because I think all your allies leave, which is not okay. Maybe we can take Aquitaine. Don't have a casus belli. It takes so long to make anything. Potential ally 970 no. Minus 106 no. Can we declare war on Brittany? No. We'll try and get a claim on Aquatine. How do we do that? Fabricate claim on this one, why not? There we go. But that's not gonna be an instant thing. I mean maybe so what's the deal with this war? Why have they got so many allies? Who are they allied to? The Sudrya, who have a fucking huge number of troops. And Svezvig, which is just a little bit down here, not so many troops. So how can we break that apart? Wait, he's flagellant and he's not Christian? That's weird. I don't feel like I've ever seen that before. Don't have a Casus Belli. Do we have a Casus Belli on anyone? Yeah, because look how it's 6,000 out of a potential 11,000. Like, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna do. I think we'll probably just have to let the troops replenish for a bit and see and hope. My confident son, Prince Ludwig, is released from his imprisonment. Damn it. Oh, wait, no, he's been in prison. Wait, now he's been in prison. He's changed to instead be imprisoned by my husband. That's weird. Should pay the ransom for your son. It says first in line. Oh, as in that'll be my next heir. No. Right. What do we do? We're trying to abduct King Frederick and we're trying to kill a baby so that we can get Bilachildis to have. I think a bit. I don't know. I guess I have to kill all my sons. I have no idea how to do that without getting sadism as a perk. I feel like it's just a case of torturing more people. If there's one thing that Petty Queen Siffilt, that's a terrible name, in particular cannot resist, it's her favorite treat. The next sweet snack will be 1 part marzipan and 1 point potent poison. You know, marzipan does contain poison. Or maybe it doesn't in the way that it's made, but it's what's their fucking nuts called? They've got cyanide in them. Yeah, that's it. So we just add more, we just up the cyanide. Hi, McLove. If in doubt, kill the babies. That's my motto. It is a lot easier to kill them than the adults. But this is the last. Yeah, almond. That's it. Cyanide smells like almond, but it is because of the cyanide, right? It's a natural ingredient, by the way. So if anyone ever tries to tell you that something's natural, like it's a big deal, tell them that cyanide is natural. All right, kill this kid. Egbert comes of age. No, I don't want to see you to see adulthood. It's too cruel. Egbert's energetic nature was thought to be a sign of affinity for war and combat, but perhaps it was just simply unruliness. He has only developed a basic understanding of the subject, but at least he has learned the essentials of managing an army. I can only hope that the rest will come with experience. No, go back. Oh, Petty King Sifeld is dead. Siflid? That's a terrible name. Sifled. Like syphilis. Although I imagine double F probably has a different sound, because that's usually how that works. Apparently C4 smells like marzipan too? Huh. What's the thing that smells? Oh, butterscotch. I'm thinking of... You ever been to like a laser zone or something? A laser quest? Or like, what, phaser quest? They always have some name like that. The one in Sheffield, there's probably more than one, but the one I always went to, the fake fog stuff or whatever that they have smells kind of like butterscotch for some reason, and I never understood why, but it just does. She's dead. She swallowed the bait, roasted almonds and all. In no time at all, she was clutching her throat, wheezing for air before collapsing in a small heap on the ground, never to get up again. All bakers in the area are questioned, but no trace of foul play can be found. I had to do this. Right, so... Oh, it seems like their neighbor maybe, We accidentally moved East Sussex and Wessex into the same kingdom. Oh, and also Weiss as well. How many petty kingdoms? And Kent, although Kent was already in there. So we have accidentally furthered the aim of making England more of a thing. But the thing is, we had to kill, right? Right, where's my sister? Will you come live here now? Invite to court. You will! Oh! She's got nothing to live for. Her husband, her daughter, and her 2 sons were murdered. By me. She only knows that I killed her husband because I executed him. It smells like what? Butterscotch. The smoke, the fake fog that they use in like laser adventure places, or even laser tag, I guess. At least in the one I went to, always smelled like butterscotch for some reason. Is it tasty? Very high in calories. It is interesting me to look up to see how many calories non-food items have, like petrol. It's got the same as olive oil. Right. Bila Chill is coming to our court is fantastic. Mental break, the heart aches. Oh no, I'm not having a fucking heart attack. It's the end of the game. Right, so my thinking here was that if I raised the level of stress, she would get negative traits that would help her to be sadistic to help her kill her children. But what actually happened is this. The first sign that something is wrong is a heartburn that will not go away. I try all the remedies. Soft wool on my abdomen, leisurely walks. No luck. Suddenly, I can't seem to take a deep breath and I stagger to the wall for support. What's happening? I try to cry for help, but all I manage is a pained gasp. It hurts. A sharp pain spreads between my shoulder blades and down my left arm, and the pain grows as I sink to the floor. Darkness quickly follows. You die. That's all it says. There's no chance. We were so close, right? Because Billy Childis came here. Can we arrange marriage whilst we're having a heart attack? We're like, please marry someone, anyone. If we got someone that's like lusty, I'm just gonna do it for the lols. It's not actually gonna take effect. Anyone, please. The cupbearer. I mean, he's still alive, right? Will not accept. Never mind. That's the end. That's the end of the Queen of Death. Mostly managed only to kill children. Ironically, one of the sons he killed was called Defibrillator. No! 1 tablespoon of uranium has enough calories to last you the rest of your life. Only if you, like, do it in a particular way, though, right? Not if you just heat it up. But I guess also you probably do die, so yeah, dying of a heart attack is a negative trait. This is so sad. Can we get some sad music again, actually? Not the stuff that's playing. Hang on. Sad violin, dramatic, DMCA free. Give us something. Piano and violin saddest song, this says. Yeah, something like that. There we go. And so it is, we come to the end. I mean, really, Engeltrudis died because she didn't want to be doing this. The stress that was placed upon her, that she had to kill all that she loved, just to keep what? Some crown? It's too much. It's too much, and it all laid upon her. All the things that she did and all the things she was going to do. Queen Engeltrudis of Asturias rests in the arms of the Lord at 53 years of age. She died from stress. A woman not to be trifled with, she embodied the dignity and power of her title like few rulers can. Her lineage has come to an end. For decades you have followed the dynasty of the Roggenheids, but it has remained insignificant, leaving no lasting mark on history. It all started... Will it let me click? With Renaud I, who rose from a count to a duke, who drove the Vikings away from our shores, who impressively assassinated real historical figures in order to secure himself. But he did die, leaving behind his surprise son, Renaud II, the first king of Asturias, who won the war as a baby and continued to fight many other wars, civil and otherwise, but tragically died in the Scottish-Norwegian Ocean on an extremely long journey that was probably going to kill him anyway, just trying to replicate the glory of his father. So surprisingly, it was Engeltrudis, some called Engeltrudis II, named for her fantastic mother, given too much to work with and too little resources, only to have to betray everyone around her husband, her imprisoned children. Oh look, her son is the king of Asturias. But that's the end. That's the end of the Ruin of Renaud. The Ruin of Ruin, sorry, that's the wrong name. Exit to desktop. It's like the thing you say at the end of the film, exit to desktop. It's pretty good sad music, I think. Maybe I'll use that again. Thanks everyone. I didn't think it would go that way, but like, God, what a game, honestly. It's a really good RPG. I think I actually am starting to like it more than Crusader Kings 2, which it did take me a while. Get the five out. Plus sight hundreds of children now safe, leaving no mark on history. Yeah, that one really sucks. I think that's probably for the best. Be statue next to Margaret Thatcher. At least Thatcher was just evil for evil's sake, where Engeltrudis was like, no, I'm doing it for a reason, it's important. I mean, monarchy and authority is all, it's all established to violence. This is proven here. Alright, shall we find someone to raid? I think that would be a good idea. Well, the next official stream will be on Thursday at 4 PM. I'm not sure what I'll do. I'm trending towards maybe doing Minecraft, but there are some other games that I want to potentially play, like maybe some demos as well. Let's see who's on. Oh, hang on. If I refresh this might not be an accurate list. One sec. Could raid Cyberina, could raid Misventure. There's a few other people. I've not really watched them well enough to know if their channel's any good. Oh, Lumptious is on. I mean, it's still Pride Month, right? So I prefer to raid someone that's like super duper queer. Hang on, let me just check. Let me just have a little look to see what Cyberina's doing. Yeah, let's go raid Cyberina. I love Cyberina. Cyberina's very nice to me. Very interesting person she is. And I'm sure she'll appreciate the raid. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. Check out the Discord if you're not part of the Discord. You're missing out. It's a cool place. We have a Minecraft server and all sorts. Please check my Ko-fi. I'm trying to raise for a new monitor. I just generally in life need money. I might have to start asking people in my real life for stuff because it's been such an expensive month. So yeah, if you can't, that's fine. I'll be putting all of the Crusader Kings free adventures on YouTube. I may even edit them together. I'm not sure about that because it does take a long time. Because I think that would be quite funny to put all the major events together or something. But I will be putting the VODs up there, selected VODs. But thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night.
and a great Wednesday, I guess. I mean, Wednesday's not. I have a break on a Wednesday. That doesn't mean. I mean, I'm gonna be so busy on Wednesday. Actually, there's so many things I'm gonna be doing. But yes, thank you everybody. Bye bye.